Napah. Hey. Oh. Hey. Hey. Hold on. Hey. Get it, yeah. Oh, Napah, get it, Napah. Oh, get it, Napah. Oh, Melissa got it up in there, girl. Get it, y'all. Get it, Melissa. Show 'em how you rock it. Oh. Hey. All right now. Hey now. Shout out to the chat room. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hey, y'all, smash that like button. Dang, we got 500 people watching right now. Hey, Godspeed, Focus Mind, The Real Autonomous Defense. Hey, Elise, Kahi. Oh, what's up, y'all? Bridget. Hey, now, Othello and Willie Grandbaby. Hi, y'all. Hey, everybody watching. I'm so glad everybody's watching. It's Friday, and we gonna flex today. We gonna flex. Hello, Judah, Nazira, Legendary Power Bottom. All right. Hey, Original Intellect. Hey, everybody. We're gonna have a great day today. I have two great guests on with me, Melissa.
Hey.
And Napah, and we gonna vibe today. We're gonna talk about the Bible. We're gonna talk about MK Ultra and transhumanism and sisterhood. Hi, Verica. Hey, beautiful sisters in the chat, and we will open up the panel later for questions, but we're gonna vibe for a little while.
Okay.
And Napah, hey Rodney, Napah. So Napah.
Mm-hmm.
So and
Yes.
Melissa. So listen, y'all.
Okay.
It's like this when it comes to the Bible with me. And we can all agree to disagree. Hey, Roz. Hey, it's Friday, y'all. So we can always agree to disagree. Okay. So when it comes to the Bible, you know, my grandmother and my mother, they didn't go to church. Okay. They're very Southern, oriented. Now, my mom in her later life, like when she got in like her 40s or 50s, she tried to be members in like the Christian Baptist churches.
Which church?
And she did read the Bible.
Called?
Baptist churches here in Connecticut. And she always end up leaving, get frustrated coming home from the church because she would ask questions that they wouldn't answer. Right. So, once you ask the pastor questions in at least Black Christian churches, brown, we'll use modern day words, brown, you're labeled a troublemaker because you shouldn't question pastor. Just believe in God. That's how it was. Believe in God and believe in Jesus, his son died on the cross and for all our sins. This is what we said. Thank you, Kahi. And this is what our people were taught. Now, when it comes to they all most brown, churches, brown people church read out of the King James Version Bible. Oh, yeah. Now there's many versions, but my family particularly read out King James Version 1611. And I even as a kid, when I went to like the little Bible schools and stuff, I would read because I was a good reader, but I just couldn't understand. They showed us a picture of a white Jesus and we were supposed to pray to him. So this is what, they told little brown kids in our community, pray to him, right? You see the picture of Melissa that I'm talking about, the portrait. So you're telling all these little brown kids to pray to this white guy and he's going to forgive you for your sins. So now I'm an adult and I'm like, well, I start questioning. I'm like, yo, I'm sorry, I can't do it. I don't believe in this. And then you got people in our church shouting and saying that they filled with the Holy Ghost and the Holy Spirit. As a kid, I would laugh and get popped because I would laugh and seeing them pass out and stuff, and we would mock them and make fun of it because we were kids.
Right.
So I'm like, I grew up and said, oh, no, it's not for me. And I just did not know how to pray. I didn't. And people would stand over me in church and all this stuff. And I just got really annoyed. I was in a box like this. And after they pray, I'm supposed to do something supposed to happen. Nothing. So I walked out.
How old were you? How old were you?
Oh, this is all the way up until I went when I was a little kid. And then I became an adult, like in my 30s and 40s and 50s. I tried to go, but I just couldn't do it. I knew by the time I was in my 50s, and I tried to go to this church. And, it just did not work for me because I saw it was a game. I'm like, somebody would jump up in the middle, which I thought was rude. If the pastor is speaking and teaching,
your mic is kind of muffled. Your mic is muffled.
Oh, if I'm in church, how's that?
That's better.
If I'm in church, I'm sitting down as an adult, and somebody, if the pastor's teaching, you're trying to learn, and then somebody rudely would jump up and run around the church screaming, saying, "Oh!" And I would look and they say, "Oh, she has the Holy Spirit." And then somebody would be standing behind me. And this is stuff I never just couldn't understand. And even to this day, somebody would be sitting behind me randomly, whether it was a guy or a girl, and start going, and I would look and I couldn't understand it as a kid.
Speaking in
tongues. I thought it was rude. I'm like, okay. And there's only one person in the church that can interpret her. So this person's standing up, listening over to her while she's going. And so she's interpreting, saying, oh, she's saying, the Lord just told her this. The Lord just told. I'm like, okay. So if she's speaking in tongue and only person that can understand her is God, how come you can understand what she's saying and nobody else in the church can understand? Oh, I was appointed to pastor as to the interpreter of tongues. I'm like, all right, I'm done. This is bullshit. And then little old ladies would go up to get prayed for, and people, period. And the pastor would touch their forehead and they would just pass out. And I'm like, okay, I know what that is. This woman is having a panic attack because they would be rushed out to the hospital. And I'm like, okay, what was you feeling? She said, oh, I've got woozy and in the spirit, my heart racing. I said, ma'am, that's a panic attack. That is not the Holy Spirit. You fell out. Now you got a bump on your head. You had a panic attack because you're in front of a couple of hundred people are watching you. Right. You're being prayed for. You're nervous, and to the point where you had a panic attack, ma'am. So I was the devil of the church, and I said I gotta go because I was telling them the truth, and I just ain't been back. So I don't know who wants to go next. I'll mute my mic and listen. I don't care who goes next. But we have Melissa up here, and we have Napah, the beautiful Napah.
The beautiful sister,
the beautiful Melissa, the tough, the tough Italian stallion girl is up in here in the house today. The tough Italian stallion girl is up in here today. So I don't care who goes next about their Bible experience, but y'all got it.
Melissa, they always hear from me. I don't know. Does your audience hear from me? You have I just want to first off, I said Melissa could go and then I start talking. I want to say thank you so much for having me here. I usually am over there with a different audience. Some of our audience is probably mixed in, but I just want to say I'm going to have so much fun already. Sister Bethy, you are an invaluable gem. The way you just told that story. No, I've been, Sister Bethy, I told her, ever since she came over to HOK, shout out to the HOK House of Consciousness. So I met him.
Okay.
This was what, 2-3 years ago?
I think maybe 2 years ago when I
She
was
was like,
fighting with Jabari, but Jabari is really a nice brother.
I fell in
I
love with
can't
her,
take
and
that
I was
from
like,
her.
"Why won't you?" I think you were like, "I'm never coming back," and I was like, "Coming back." Anyway, I'm so happy to be here. I love your energy, and Melissa seems like we're gonna have some fun. I can tell we're gonna have some fun up here. You know
Oh
what
yeah,
I
down
love?
to earth.
I
Down to
love that
earth.
I can sit back and vibe off of you. Usually, I'm the one that's super animated and telling those. Well, I love it that I could just listen because you killed me when you were talking about, ma'am, you had a panic attack. You could have been thorn in the side of the entire congregation. So I just want to say thank you, beautiful ladies on the panel, beautiful brothers and sisters in the chat. And I'm happy to meet Melissa too. I think Melissa might, you remember what I said about I love the diversity. We're not going to be an echo chamber
Yes,
tonight.
that's
Just
right.
for everybody to know,
Yep,
no echo chambers, right? Because
That's
that's right.
right.
okay, so anyway, I'm gonna mute my mic and let Melissa have her turn.
Okay, so as far as the Bible, I grew up Catholic. I went to the parochial school my whole life. It did me world of wonders.
So did I.
Ugh, yeah. So, I mean, going to a parochial school and growing up Catholic, we just, we went to church for everything. The first Friday of the month, the Holy Thursday, the this, the that, the this, while we were in school. And then on Saturday nights, we would go to church as a family. And then it was just my father would go, and then my grandfather would go to two separate churches.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
2 different Catholic churches?
Yes.
Oh wow. Why?
My
It wasn't
father went to the
diocese?
church that belonged to the school that we went to. And my grandfather went to the Italian church in town.
Okay, so you know what? We have that in common. I went through to Catholic school my whole from kindergarten to high school, well, the junior. But go ahead because we're going to be comparing our Catholic stories. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, even going into going in school, and then it just got to the point where I took what I believed and left the rest, because I just think a lot of the churches, it's a money making thing, and so I had to step away because I was just so schooled out, if that makes any sense. And I mean, we grew up believing God is the spirit and Jesus is the son, and somewhere in between there's the
And
Holy
Mary is the
Spirit.
mother of God.
But yep, Mary's the mother of God, the Immaculate Conception. We used to have school plays for at Christmas time.
Candlelight.
Yep. Oh yeah. And as I got older, I believe that there's something greater than ourselves,
Mm-hmm.
and my God is a higher power to me.
Mhm.
So I wake up every morning and I go to bed at night and I have my prayers, and me and the kids say our prayers. And I told my kids, as long as they made it to their first communion, then they could stop. They didn't have to go, they could make that decision on their own after.
Oh wow.
So my son already made his communion last year, and my daughter will make it next year when she's in 3rd grade, because she's in 2nd right now.
Mm.
However, these two along with my oldest one, are the only 3 out of my 5 children that would have made communion.
Okay.
My oldest son passed away. It was 16 years on the 20th of this month.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
so
to hear that.
sorry. I'm so sorry.
Well,
Was
my
it
angel, what's that?
was it illness? If you
Yeah,
don't
he had
mind.
neuromuscular disease. And
Oh.
no, I believe he sent me these 2 angels for a reason, other than driving me crazy. I'm not quite sure, but I truly believe that he sent them to me.
Right.
Mm.
And, that's stuff that you don't learn in the Bible or learn in the church. Like, that's life itself.
Mm-hmm.
And, so that's what I live by today. I've gone to Baptist church. I'm not quite sure what, I believe it's Christian. It's a Christian church. And I enjoyed the sermons at the Christian church,
Mm-hmm.
because that in the Catholic church, it's like aerobics. You up, stand, kneel, sit, stand, kneel, sit.
Mm. Right.
So, but that's really all I have to say about that. I mean, I have my beliefs, and
Mm-hmm.
it has definitely changed from what I grew up with.
Mm.
But I do wear a cross, and actually, this was my uncle's.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the Italian church has a feast every year, and that used to be my grandmother's holiday.
Okay.
So it's Saint Sebastian is
Saint Sebastian.
Saint Sebastian is the patron saint of the Italians. Well, the
Okay.
Sicilians, actually. And so that that was another belief. Like, they do a mock of what they do in Italy.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, in Italy, they get up at like 2-3 o'clock in the morning, and they run from town to town to
Oh.
the church where the saint is, and then they take the saint out, and they walk all these towns carrying the saint. And at one point, I remember they shipped what was supposed to be a bone from Saint Sebastian, and it was encased in glass. So they shipped it to this church for a little bit, and then we had it for the feast that year.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So do you have in your um in your church did you have to make confessions to the Father, or what, that wasn't the type of
No, you did
church
have
you went to?
confession.
You did They did
They
have
did do
confession?
confession. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And I didn't understand that. I never understood that.
The confessions.
Yes. We'll wait till we get to you, because you grew up Catholic too.
We
So
both grew up. No,
that's
I mean,
interesting.
I can't explain to you. I mean, if you're, something weird about being Catholic, and I think Melissa will maybe agree. If you're raised from birth to now, that's Catholic. You know how you were telling your story, Sister Bethy, and you're like, this isn't right. These panic attacks. It's like you don't think, oh, this is. Most of us don't. Let me take it very carefully, because I have a sister who is very devout Catholic, and if she heard me, she probably won't talk to me for a year. So when you're going through the motions of the traditions, it's mostly the traditions of it that you stick with.
Mm-hmm.
Like how Melissa's saying she did the communion for her children. It's so very traditional.
Yeah.
Right.
And so as far as the confession, I mean, who's telling the real good juicy stuff to the priest? I don't think I'm not. Maybe some people are, but
Well, you
it,
remember that movie? I think it was League of Their Own when they all went to
Oh,
confession and Madonna went
I think
and the priest got stepped out. He had to
I
walk out.
I do think
I don't remember
I
that.
do League of Their Own.
What happened? So she told the real. She really confessed.
Oh yeah, and the priest passed out. He had to
Right. So, and
I,
sometimes when
I
you're little, Sister Bethy, when you're little, when you do your first confession, you're like 7. I was trying to
right.
think of stuff to confess. I couldn't.
Yeah,
I was like, what can I confess? I lied to my mom about eating an extra, cookie. It's like weird. So
yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that was like how mine went too.
I think that we were all indoctrinated. And I just think that religion is something to control the people.
oh yeah,
Because I mean, I think about them like, okay, I'm praying to someone that I don't know and never seen. I'm praying to a man who doesn't look like my dad,
hmm
but he's supposed to make miracles. Because I read the Bible so many times, the entire Bible, and I looked at all I had the mind of a kid. I'm like,
right,
he put clay on somebody's eyes and they opened it and now they could see. When you read, you believe it for literally what it is.
right,
So I believe that we were all indoctrinated, and people are growing up and stepping outside the box,
right,
because they even tell you in the Bibles that if you uh move away from it or something to that extent, you're going to go to hell and you'll be punished forever. So I'm like, well, I guess all my people, black people, brown people, however, I'm just using modern day
right.
words, or Indians, we're all the devil's kids, because we have no luck. We're killing each other. It's hell. So
Mm.
perhaps this is my mind thought. This is what it is, because we're not in church. We're not doing this. So all the brown people are punished and going to hell because they
Mm.
don't have companies. They don't have
Wow.
businesses. So this is me thinking in a young woman's mind. And
Wow.
I'm like, then you
I
grow up and wake up.
yeah, I
I'm like,
grew up with a punishing God.
Yeah. Most
Yeah,
Christians did.
yeah.
right.
Most
And then,
Abrahamic faith people do have a God that punishes. And then Sister Bethy, Melissa, I don't know if you're familiar with the Hebrew Israelites. Sister Bethy has a great story. I know you
oh
probably told
God,
that
I don't
story
even want
before,
to go
but
there.
but when you talked about a punishing God and talked about a certain people being cursed, that's the foundation of the Hebrew Israelites, Deuteronomy 28. They say, okay, we're cursed. But I need you to tell your Hebrew Israelite journey story, if you can.
Oh goodness. When I became a woman, I was 23 years old. I didn't have any children. I only have one daughter, and she's 32.
Oh, wow.
And her birthday is actually Monday. Uh-oh, Melissa fell off.
Sister
Her
Bethy,
dice.
you look like you're about 40, 43, 42, 43. So
Oh,
you had a
wow.
child that 10 years
Thank
ago.
you.
Lord forbid.
Well, these bones say different, I tell you, trust me. No, my baby is 30, 32, and my niece, the oldest, she's 40. My niece, my
Oh,
sister's 40.
wow.
Yeah. Oh, there she goes. She fell off. There you go. We got you. Yeah, my daughter's 32.
I was
Yeah, my
trying
daughter,
to.
yeah. She's 32, and my she has twins. My grandsons are 9-year-old twins. So
Blessings.
I was
Blessings.
there when she had those babies. So yeah,
So
but
you
yeah,
were
when I was
talking
like
about you're
23,
23 and you were a
and
Hebrew.
I was looking around for a coping mechanism. So I go to New York, and these guys were teaching in the Bible. You know, at this point, I didn't catch them in their bad, and I didn't learn later that they were just this cult that just sprouted out horrible things to white people when they walk on the street in New York, saying you're the devil, you're Satan, and this picture of the Jesus that we know to be the Son of God. They were saying that he's Satan and all this stuff. But anyway, I really got tired of it point blank. I learned that they were a cult, all of them a cult of wild brothers that was claiming to be these black Hebrew Israelite, okay, teaching us that we're black Hebrew Israelites and all this stuff, and we're going to the promised land. I'm like, this is some bullshit because I'm broke and I gotta work. And wait, you don't have a job. You're on the streets of New York all day. You can have as many wives as you want. So, and they get like 3 or 4 different wives, right? And all these wives have these kids. They get all these food stamp, and the guy, okay, he's the head of the house of 3 different, wives with kids. All right. And I'm like, oh, hell would never live like that. So I said, I eventually, I said, I got to get out of this. And I knew that I had to do something bad to get out in order to be kicked out, because they also took out insurance policies on its members. So if you died, they collect your life insurance on you. So I did things to get myself kicked out. I did things purposely and willfully to get kicked out what the hell I wanted, because it wasn't accustomed. I wasn't accustomed to that lifestyle. So I'm telling a short story of a long story. So in order to get kicked out, I did things that they said you are against God. So I did everything that they told me I couldn't do. I ate pork. Okay. I ate during Sabbath because you're supposed to be fasting. And I went to church on my moon. And I did. And I did it in different phases. I went to the restaurant across the street, and it was a restaurant, and I ate. Can you hear me?
I'm here. I've been here. I'm getting calls. I'm cooking roast in the oven.
I know.
I'm making pies, but I'm tuned in to you, Sister Bethy. So go ahead.
So yeah, that was that. And so I wanted to get kicked out. So I did exactly right in their face. I took the train up to New York like I usually do. And you're not supposed to eat pork. I went right across the street from the church and the restaurant. They had the window where you could see people walk by. And so I sat in the window and was eating a fried pork chop sandwich.
Ooh,
and all the Hebrew Israelites brothers were walking by the window saying, look at her. She's wicked. And I had on my little outfit because I would cover myself up to my eyes every Saturday. Nobody knew who I was. So I was eating a pork chop, and they went back and ran back and was telling the captains and all this stuff that was sister from Connecticut. She over there eating a pork chop sandwich, right? I did all kinds of crazy shit.
That's
and the last thing, they called me in the meeting and told me, that I can't do those things. And I guess I got suspended. Something happened.
So that wasn't one of the brothers told you, don't, this isn't for you because you're too strong, right? Or something.
Yes, one of the chief, I can't say his name. I don't want to.
I'm listening.
He told me, he did tell me, he said, this ain't for you. He said, this ain't for you. He said, I want to tell you, we really do this to help curtail the brothers' behaviors in the streets. We want them to stop killing each other. So I said, I was young. And I said, nope, I still want to go. So I went back, and this is what got me kicked out. A woman's not supposed to go to the Sabbath service on her monthly, her period. I did just that. I went in here. I went on my monthly. And so how they found out, I did it purposely. The guards were standing in the hallway. They always had guards standing up like soldiers or whatever you want to call them. And so I took a Kotek out my purse. And, I opened it up a little bit. So the guard that was standing up, guard in the hallway, I was on my way to the bathroom. He said, "Where you going with that?" I said, "To the bathroom. You ain't supposed to be in here." He was yelling at me. "You ain't supposed to be in here. You're in violation." And I said, "Well, I don't care. I'm going to the bathroom." And I wanted to come to Sabbath. So I went to the bathroom and they stood out there and I'm like, "You gonna follow me?" So I went to the bathroom. I came out. So finally they called me in the office and they told me that I was kicked out for good and never to return. And I was
the
so
last straw.
I was so
They
happy.
couldn't have any woman in there on her cycle. But
They
then
called me wicked.
I want to talk about that. Can we talk a little bit about that now that I'm on a channel with all women on the panel? Shout out to Anonymous Hebrew. I see my brother in the chat.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah,
hello.
So let's talk about how the woman has been put in a place. I got to be careful because my brother Anonymous Hebrew is out there. So
we'll open the panel if he wants to smoke because Sister Bethy's here.
He doesn't want to.
But we're gonna open the panel later for them. We're gonna get
it. Like, I don't want to go too deep on that, but it's like if a woman is not dirty, she's not filthy when she's on her cycle. It's a very, very spiritual thing, and she's. I still didn't look it up, but she's got this energy that draws energy from others. You understand? So she's very powerful. And I think that's why women are not supposed to be around, not just in the Hebrew faith, also with the Hindu faith. They put the women away when the women are on their cycle.
That's crazy. Crazy to me. Listen, I'm so glad that my mother didn't raise me because, honey, my brothers went to the store. Well, you know how your mother give you a note to go get things from the store. And on the list was Kotex, and my brother was not ashamed. My brother used to make his big old head. He used to say, "Mommy needs these."
Oh, that's good.
But he would know. He knew the exact ones to get and bring home. But
that's great.
I still want to have.
I do love that about a lot of our. You don't say our men in our culture. I'm going to say, I'm putting percentages. I'm going to say about half of them don't mind. The other half are terrified to go get them. Why
my ex-husband was petrified.
I was going to ask,
really?
Is it like that with your culture? Are the men terrified to go, or are they okay? Because I find a lot of our brown, Sister Bethy, I'm on your channel, so I'm going to say brown men, our people. The brothers, the men they're okay. They're like, so what? But then you'll meet a few, and that's why I want to say they're not like us. No, I'm just kidding. But you'll meet a few who'll be terrible. So tell me, your husband, would you say most of the men that you know who are Italian or?
My ex-husband was an Italian. I had one rule. I was not marrying an Italian.
Oh,
wow.
And I did not. I did not.
Why?
Because they go from mommy to wife, who is supposed to be their other mommy.
Oh, mama. Well, an Italian family. Vinny needs the spoon. He needs a spoon.
Yes, that's right.
Are we doing our Italian accent? My New York.
What's the matter, you? Hey.
No, hey, right. Vinny needs a spoon. Get him the spoon.
Cousin Vinny, remember? You remember Tomei? It was like, first of all, I can do an Italian accent all night. I won't do it because it's annoying. It's not the cutest accent, I will say.
That's not an Italian accent. That's coming from Brooklyn.
That's Brooklyn Italian.
You sound like Rosie O'Donnell.
Rosie O'Donnell. She's a Brooklyn girl. But
You sound like Rosie O'Donnell.
No, who's that other
you
one?
know
The
what?
nanny.
Something
You know the
something
nanny?
like,
She talks out of her
hold on.
nose.
What the
Oh,
hell was that?
the nanny. Yeah, I know the nanny. The nanny.
Oh, the nanny, Fran Drescher? First of
Yeah.
all, that's not Italian. What that is a Jewish American accent. And I know exactly how to do that accent. Okay. Don't talk to me about that accent. I know exactly what I'm doing, darling. Exactly.
Oh,
Oh
So,
man,
well, what were we talking about?
oh, we was talking about
my
damn, I
rule.
Buying
forgot
maxi pads.
oh
Do you
no,
Yeah,
still
she
my
call
said
them
ex-husband was
maxi? I'm sorry. Am
petrified.
I allowed to say maxi pads? I'm sorry.
My ex-husband would not go out and buy anything like that.
He was
Nope.
like, "You just gonna have to do a Marilyn Monroe and just get in the bed and just." Marilyn Monroe, when she had her cycle, she used to lay in the bed and just let it go.
oh my God, are you serious?
Yes, I am serious.
That's like gross to me.
It's
Oh,
uncomfortable to say the
I'm
least, and
sorry.
gross, and gross. But I mean, you hear about women in the ancient times, and they're like, "Well, maybe they didn't know." I'm sure women knew how to keep themselves clean and do all that, but the Bible says you gotta get those women away from you when they're on their cycle. And so does Hinduism. A lot of their different sects say that sex, sects.
Okay, we're gonna get her
I'm
down here.
I'm chomping at the bit. I'm figuratively chomping at the bit to talk about the transhumanism. I want to talk about.
Okay, let's go there. You want to go
yeah.
there? Okay, and do the okay. And we also have to be careful, but
That
you
was a
want to
horrible segue, but hey, y'all.
okay. So what you want to start it off? Because I'm watching Westworld right now. I'm
That's
on
what I wanted to
season
start it off with.
I'm on season 3, episode 2.
Wow.
Did you
Let's
see
talk.
Westworld, Melissa?
No.
You got to see
Oh
Westworld.
my goodness.
You got to fall in love with
I
them.
never heard of it because I've been so consumed into work that I don't watch TV.
I want to
When I
watch
do,
Tulsa King.
Tulsa King. Tulsa King.
What
Yeah.
about the Queen of the South?
Tulsa
Mexican
King.
cartel.
I
Oh,
haven't heard that.
I watch my mafia movies that
Oh,
I actually bought my CDs. I'm a mafia.
have you seen Queen of the South? Which way should I
No,
point? Should I point this
no,
way?
but I did see Queen Charlotte though. That was good. I thought that was good because it taught me about history. But no, I never
Queen of the
seen
South is
Queen of the South.
amazing. There's 2 different versions. There's one that's in Spanish, but you don't. That one's an older one. I actually that's like a novela.
Write that down.
Sidebar: I speak a little Spanish. Spanglish.
Okay.
Spanglish?
And huh?
Spanglish?
Spanglish, yes. But seriously, Queen of the South is good. You've got to binge watch that. It's good. It's
Queen of
on.
the South.
I think it's on Netflix.
It's on
Okay.
Netflix.
Yeah, now we're talking about if you're gonna binge watch, you gotta binge watch Queen of the South. Gotta binge watch the what's it, not the Everglades, what's it called? Where the guys is it the what's that with just oh my god.
Not Yellowstone.
Justin Bateman is in it.
On Netflix.
It's not the
I
is
watch
it
a lot of movies on Netflix.
it's Justin Bateman. Oh my
Justin Bateman.
god, it's so good. I'm the type like I won't get a show until like it's been finished for 4 years.
Queen of the South.
Yeah.
I got that on my list. And Candace recommended that we read a book too. Candace Owens, that's my girl.
I
And
like
she
that.
yeah, I love her. She's from here in the north like me too. She's from Stamford, Connecticut. She recommended a book that I'm gonna order.
She's from Connecticut?
Yeah, she's from Stamford.
Oh, it's Jason Bateman. My bad.
Jason Bateman.
What is this show? It's a show that he does where he and his wife start It's called Ozark. Boom, the Ozarks.
The Ozarks, spell it.
Ozark. Get ready to fall in love. Peace, Sherilyn. Sweetheart. Peace to everybody.
Bateman and Ozark.
Ozark.
Okay.
Ozarks. The Ozarks. Ozark. It's really, really, really good. So we got Westworld. What else we do? What did we say?
Oh, I'm watching Westworld now. I'm on season 3, episode 2.
I love it.
The
And Ozarks. Of course, if you didn't see the show with the guy who's the teacher who's selling meth, what's that called? Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad. That's old, right?
Have you seen it?
I think I did.
Yeah, it's old, but it's good.
I think I did see that a while ago. But I like to read books too at night. Candace Owens recommend reading The Assault on Truth. And it shows that how all this propaganda, how we're guided by propaganda. So I'm gonna read that. It sounds like it's real good. The Assault on Truth.
If you want to recommend some books, Things Fall Apart. Oh my God.
I like to read books at night. I prefer reading books than watching TV. I love.
You know what? I'm going to tell you something, Sister Bethy. I was always reading books or doing some crazy kind of research, and finally I said I'm going to start watching shows. So I started watching. I got my subscriptions with Max, and of course I always had Amazon Prime, but then I just started watching my shows. And also, I love to watch anime. My children, I don't care. It's not for children only. It is so good. The storylines.
Let's get with the show because the audience let's get it. It's 1700 in here. So transhumanism.
Okay, but wait, before we talk, my husband is in the chat. I see him. Can you summer jam my baby?
Oh, where? Oh. Okay, he said, let's get with the knowledge and information. You know what? He got some nerve coming over here. You come over here telling us what to do. Yeah. He doing it over there. Now he coming over here doing it. He
is the king of consciousness, but we're getting ready to get into the transhumanism.
All right, Shadah, we about to get into it right now, bro. We about to get into it now.
But you gotta see, you should watch Westworld because it's got that. It has a lot of truth in it.
Oh, it does.
So go ahead. You start it off. You kick it off.
You started off.
Okay, I would love to start it off. Okay, so let me tell you something, everybody. If you know
what is transhumanism, first tell them what transhumanism is.
Transhumanism
people don't know.
Humans right now, for I'm going to say a good half a century, have been working on creating a different, better human race. And one reason they push out there is for longevity, we need, and they say it's for us to live longer and for us to have a workforce. If you read the stories like the Atrahasis, the Sumerian stories, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, all those stories I'm talking about 3000 BC. Mm-hmm. They are also saying we need a better race. We need a workforce. Not a better race than us, but a more efficient race. So now I'm coming back to where we are. I said it's been about a half century, but let's get to about the last decade. People have been working to take human beings and merge us with technology, biotechnology, and create an actual new type of species, a new being. And that is transhumanism. There is a group of people, actually two people, and two people lead Bina 48. Bina 48 is and we can pull it up. It's an actual AI that we download our consciousness to the cloud. By the way, that's what's happening. All your consciousness is going in. Well, your surface level consciousness is going to the cloud. And then the cloud is taken and then they implant it into what are they called again? Tell them they're robots, but they're not called robots. They're called AI robots. Like Sophia, I got to pull it up so people can get a visual. We don't have to play anything. I can just show you.
Share screen. You could do a share screen.
Definitely. So what I'm saying is transhumanism is going past what is human to another, in their minds, the creators, another level of immortality. We've got Elon Musk with the Neuralink. We've got Bill Gates working alongside of Elon Musk. We have so many different powerhouses who are working on creating a better you, a better human. So for instance, people are getting their heads cut off and put into, the frozen, basically waiting for this technology to catch up so they can take their consciousness, their brains, their memories, their minds, and implant it into another being that is more, you see Westworld, a being that is biotech. There's the biology, the human flesh, but they've also got like a mainframe that is robotic. So let me just show you. Let's start with Bina 48, because really, when you see Bina 48, you're gonna say, "Wow, this is a brown woman who has actually." Let me get this one. Which one should I show? When AI becomes consciousness. Let me just show this one. You want to read? Let's read this. And I've never read this article, but we can read it.
You want to share the screen?
Yeah, I'm trying to see if this is
okay.
And this one looks a little generic. Let me get one that is more mainstream. So this is CBS News, and this is years ago, y'all. This is like 2014. So I say that because 2014, I mean, it's like, let me get it. Here it is.
That's
all right,
wild.
here it is.
This is wild and it's scary.
Yeah. So let's see this. Okay, so here's an article. Can you see it?
Yep.
Okay. Transgender CEO. By the way, the transgender CEO is married to, well, let's keep reading. Transgender CEO who overcomes obstacles takes on limits of life. Do you hear that, Sister Bethy? They don't want to limit life, immortality. Get it?
Okay.
So one couple won't let anything stand in the way of their happiness. And for the first time, they're sharing their story, one about challenging the limits of human possibilities, how we exist, how we think, how we love. The lives of Martine and Bina Rothblatt could totally change how you think about your own future. They shared their journey and the amazing road ahead with CBS News' Jim Axelrod. So let's go down and see what they're saying here. The life of Martine and Bina have shared, so blah, 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 blah. Okay, we're going to get to the meat and potatoes. So basically, this woman had a sex change, but I want to get to the part where they're doing okay, here it is. This is Bina. In her new book, Virtually Human, Martine, this is the guy, explains her plan to clone the human mind. Do you see that?
Wow.
They're already done with it. They've already finished it. It's already been done. This is 2014, y'all, 10 years ago. Breaking down specific thoughts and emotions into computer code to create a version of a person's digital consciousness, which is in the cloud, basically, that will remain long after the person is gone. So you can comment on that. Do you see what they're saying? Your digital consciousness. You know how they always have us uploading our pictures, uploading all of our conversations in the cloud, all the music. That's not all of consciousness, but that's a very, very crucial part of our consciousness. And then what they do, Melissa and Sister Bethy and audience, the algorithms, you see, you're watching Westworld, so Sister Bethy, the computer starts to calculate basically, oh, okay, so I heard Sister Bethy, she said she's an American Indian and she likes to go on long walks on the beach, and then the computer just starts calculating it, and then they get it pretty correct. When you're on YouTube and they follow your algorithm, they're calculating what you actually like, the next move you're actually going to make, or maybe what you won't do. So I'm gonna hand it over. I'm really excited about all this because it really, that was 2014. It's already done. That's why when you see people saying, oh, they cloned Kanye, they cloned Tyrone, that's not fake. That's you. When you watch things, and by the way, people say, oh, you're going by a movie or a show. Everything that you see in Hollywood, everything that you hear in music is information that's being told to you that it's already going on. And I don't want to get off this topic of transhumanism, but that goes back to the Tavistock Institution. Everybody in the audience, go research the Tavistock Institution. So all of this entertainment, they're not entertaining us. We think it's entertainment. These are programs, psyops, and information fed to us to see how we react to it. So, yeah, I said a lot, but
wow, that's wild to me. What are your thoughts on transhumanism, Melissa?
I'm still trying to absorb it all.
I know.
Like, it's just mind blowing, literally. I'm still trying to process it all. But I guess with that, I wouldn't have to worry about it because it would have already done it for me.
Right.
This is like, and when I'm watching Westworld, and it's mind blowing to me. It's mind blowing what they're doing, and I really believe this. I do, and this to me seems like in their Bible, this is what they mean when they say everlasting life, because you never die.
Thank
to me,
you.
this is the this is it. What is everlasting life? Because in their Bible, it teaches that you will have everlasting lives. And by the time this happens, you won't remember the past. You won't remember the past, but you will have everlasting life. And I can't think of any other way of how they're going to push off everlasting life. And this has to be it, because it's like really weird. It's like when I see these people supposedly die, like in the movie Clone Tyrone, that really freaked me out, because now I don't know what they really do with bodies when they die. That concerns me now.
Yeah.
That really concerns me. Like the organ, I don't know. We don't know. It looks as though, it appears as though it's going in the ground for everybody to leave. But is it really?
Well, that body that goes in the ground. Okay, now let's take it a little bit slower, because let's talk about people who are so-called important figures. I say important because you're important to me, and Melissa's important to me, and I'm important to you, and you're important to Melissa. However, that we're who are we to in the grand scheme of these of the plan? We have the higher ups, whatever you want to call them, and they have certain people that they say, okay, we need that person to keep on going. We need this person to keep on going. And they just keep on cloning them. But they keep in mind, okay, I'm going to use, I have to use Kanye. I'm sorry, Kanye. I love you so much, brother. You're my brother, but I got to use him. Because he was very influential and he's very talented. Now, I don't want to get off track, but don't forget that these talented people that we look at, let me leave Kanye alone. Let me use Katy Perry better. We look at them and we say, oh, Katy Perry was just a nobody like everybody else. And she just wanted to be famous. And she did a song and everybody clapped and she got no. Before she was even born, her family's family was looked at by the government. And they said, okay, she's going to do this and this for us. We're going to target a certain demographic. And she's going to lock their minds in with the program. And the way we're going to do it is through, of course, music, entertainment. So her family's wait. She's born. They start grooming her right away from birth. Groom. And it's not like always like someone in Stranger Things in a lab, like a kid looking in the window. Okay, it looks like she picked up the toy. It's not always like that. There's usually one person in the family who knows about it, checks in, keeps the kid, in the research and the grooming. So she grows up, and I'm getting to the transhumanism. She grows up, but she's overworked. She's been programmed. She's overworked. She's mortal. She's not. She's very. She's got mortality. So they got to keep this person going, right? They got to keep her going because she's holding the masses. She's keeping the people voting for a certain group of people. She's keeping that message of people having a certain mindset. I kissed a girl and I like it. You get it? So it's like, okay, she's crucial. What's happening? Oh, wait, hold on. She's had a stroke. All right, take her off stage. We're going to take her back to the lab. We're going to replace her. We already have one already ready to go. So that body dies out. They take the consciousness or whatever, re-upload it to a new body, and she gets out there and she's working more. And they tweak some stuff here. We've got we've got so much technology. We've got voice to skull. So you can talk to I could even talk to anybody here who's been in LA with the billboard that can actually talk to you when you get in a certain range. You can hear the billboard talking to you. I forgot if it's on Sunset.
I never
seen that? Voice
I've
to
never
skull?
been to California. Mm-mm.
Okay, voice to skull. You can. It's actually a military weapon. They use it against some foreign dignitaries where you can speak to someone from a remote place and be like, okay, I need you to now go and pick up the knife and chase the guy around the room. And you could be at 500 miles away. And the person the Manchurian candidate or whatever, they do your command. So I digress. So they're working with these people and their bodies are giving out. And because their bodies give out, that body's just like on Westworld. I'll throw it away, put the consciousness, upload it into a new mind, and the person just keeps on recycling and recycling and recycling. I can show you a video.
So they have many duplicates of this person already?
They do have many duplicates that you can grow anything in a so-called petri dish. I'm going to first show you a video. It's not long, so your channel will be fine because I'm also dual streaming this. I'm going to show you just think of the strenuous things that they go through. All of that 3 hours of dancing, singing, lights and all of that strenuous activity day after day, after night, after week. And then, you know what I'm saying? They're getting sick, they're getting old and they're dying out fast. You think by all the stuff that Beyonce and Katy Perry and Janet Jackson, all that stuff that when Janet was young, that takes a toll on your body. That takes a toll on not sleeping, dancing. Tyler, what's her name? The girl that says, haters gonna hate. The little white girl. I forgot her name. You get what I'm saying, though. All of Britney. Let me show you Christina Aguilera. Let me show you what happened to Katy Perry.
So you're saying that these people have clones?
The ones that a group of them, yes. because they need them. They're working for the cause. Katy Perry's I, and everybody, what I felt sad is like people were like, oh, she's a clone, or oh, they need to take the model. People know about this, but it's like a joke to people now. You know what I
But
mean?
it's really, really real.
It's real. And anyone who says, oh, I'm crazy, they're not, they haven't been living in the last 10 years and watching the. Okay, I'm going to show you this. I'm going to screen share this.
This guy said, was it Meta said, Michael Jackson died back in 85. He died and
wouldn't doubt it.
I'm like, wow, this is like so scary.
You know what? I want to tell
scary.
you something that I do know. Now, this is.
You know that, Melissa?
What's that? Michael Jackson died in 85?
Yeah, back in 85. I'm thinking I'm like, he's had a clone all this time.
Let me tell you something before you. My friend Kim, her brother's his name is E. Casanova. He looks exactly like Michael Jackson. Now, he wasn't a clone, but he knew how to move like Michael. This is when I lived in LA. And he did a lot of stand-ins for Michael. When Michael couldn't be there, he would do a lot of appearances. Now, I don't know about the clone, but I wouldn't doubt it. I absolutely 1,000% believe, I know you can't, 100% believe that Michael Jackson had clones. And after a while, they said, you know, whatever, we're done. We can't keep on rejuvenating this. There's more to that. Michael might have, you see on Westworld how they fight back?
Yes.
There might have been something going on where the consciousness was resistant. I don't know, but I want to show you about Katy Perry.
I'm kind of wondering and starting to believe that this is something that really happened, because there are thousands and thousands of years ahead of us in technology. And I really believe, when I watch this movie, and I'm like, something's not right.
That's why we see it, Sister Bethy. By the time we see it on a movie, it's already been happening. I mean, they already clone meat. You're actually eating genetically modified clone meat.
Yeah.
That's real.
Oh,
that's real.
Hold up 1 second. I got to run to the ladies' room because I drink a lot of water.
Oh, well, I'm going to hold this for you until you get back. Because when you see what happens to her. So, Melissa.
Yes.
Talk to me, sister.
I am just mind blown about this whole thing. I mean, I know they've cloned the sheep. They did that years ago. But I'm still trying to comprehend, like, as far as Michael Jackson being gone in 85. Now, wouldn't his kids, like, how would all that come about?
Well, he wouldn't even know it. That's how deep it is. They don't even know they're cloned. They don't even know they're cloned. Now, I don't know. I'm not going to, if someone says Michael Jackson was cloned, I don't know if he wasn't. I definitely am not going to say, oh, that person's wrong. I don't know, but I do know this. He was very influential. And so was James Brown. So the more influential a person is, these are the things you have to keep. These are the red flags. I don't even know if Donald Trump is a clone or not.
Oh.
I'm going to just say that.
God help us.
They got to control the masses. I talked about the Tavistock Institute. It was pushed as a research development where they would find out how people reacted to war. That was the front story. But really, it's just researching how we react to psyops, and also not just to find it out, to master the most effective program on a mass level. On a high level of to control the masses. That's what I'm trying to say. Which is most effective. And the CIA has been doing this research since Project Paperclip with the Nazi regime, since before Project Paperclip, the Germans were doing experiments on, of course, the people in that country. You know what I'm saying? They did it mostly on they didn't only do it on Jewish people. They did it on also on the whole German population. They wanted to see how will these Germans, how far will they let us go? This, I'm not going to say the name of the disease that just the pandemic, but I'll say the CVID. That's a psyop. They said, what will they let us do? Oh, hold on. They're starting to get upset. We didn't expect this to go this way. They said, we're going to lock them down. We're going to use some bio weapons. And then what we're going to do, it's looking okay. We're going to mix it up. We're going to do this George Floyd thing, throw something in there, see how they act. Oh, damn, they burned a lot of stuff down. Okay, so we know what to do next time. So getting back to, because Sister Bethy is back, we're getting back to the transhumanism.
Okay.
I don't know if Melissa's still here, because I want Melissa.
Yeah, I'm still here. I just had a
great.
Get my kids home.
So I want you to look at this. Remember, I said they're taking. We're just flesh and blood on the surface. So they're taking, when these flesh and blood bodies burn out, they're very vulnerable. They just go, just like if you ever seen Westworld, and they reimplant the consciousness into a new flesh and blood body. So let's watch what happens to her, because they're exhausted. They do drugs. They have all these, and wait, before I look at this, who said, how the hell are they having all this sex with each other? Nobody's getting sick. Nobody's dying. It's because a lot of them are they are dying, and they're just re-uploading them to another body. Now, I'm not saying,
wow.
I'm saying
this is scary.
Wait, to say channels, this is hypothetically, this is sci-fi. So YouTube don't come for us. Don't try to say we're misinforming. We're just talking hypothetically. I had to say that. Go ahead.
It's for educational purposes. We're not saying this is true.
Entertainment purposes.
So
you ready? Ready to see her? Let's watch this young lady glitch out. I want to make sure it's big.
It is.
Okay.
It is.
What we're seeing, because I have to pause it so we won't get flagged, So what we're seeing is that she did a whole dance routine, elaborate dance routine, all kinds of stuff, the band. And then she was at the end of her whole very extraneous lots of physical exertion routine. And now she's posing at the end of it. Let's watch. See her eye?
What the hell?
Did you see what happened?
Oh my goodness.
Even if we're
Run
not
that back.
talking about clones, I'm going to turn it back. This woman's body is so overworked. She can't even control her nervous system with her eye holding the muscle and her eye. That's like a sign of a stroke too. So let's go back and look at that again. Sleep deprivation, all kinds of stuff. Let me go back. See her tapping it to try to get it open?
Whoa. What?
Sister Bethy, remember those dolls, Melissa? Remember those dolls? Those dolls, their eyes would go closed and then one eye would open. And
Yes.
And let's go back and look at that. Again, hold on. Let me go all the way back.
Whoa. What the heck?
What's crazy is like,
whoa,
she's still trying to pose. Like, why don't you walk away? It makes me think she's programmed to do that pose. Like a human. I'm not saying the woman isn't human, but somebody who just naturally would be like, I'm not doing this anymore. Let me walk away and do the snake or something. You know what I mean? So let's go back and let you see it again.
Whoa.
You don't think that that's rigged?
What?
You don't think that's rigged?
Okay, stop
Rigged? She
that.
didn't want that to happen.
That's wild. That's
It's
wild to me.
this is the
Let me
thing
see if I
about
can do
this.
that with my eyelashes. Let me see. Hold up.
Now watch what she says. She says, make even more noise for my band, because she was just doing. The thing is, even let's leave what we're doing with the going down the rabbit hole. She's
That's
so
crazy.
overworked. She's so sleep deprived. Maybe she's on some type of stimulant to keep her going. Dancing, this extraneous physical exercise, lack of food. And this is what happens to your body. Your body will definitely do that. Your
That's
body will definitely.
crazy.
Let's see again.
That's crazy. Oh, it's off. Hold up.
Yeah, that's real, because you can tell.
That's crazy.
So yeah. Anyway, so she was just an example I used.
Oh man, that's wild. That's wild. Oh man, that's scary.
And somebody in your chat said they showed us this back in the Stepford Wives movie back in 2004. Sister Bethy, you know that the Stepford Wives was not from 2004. That was back in 1970s.
The
original
Wives.
Stepford Wives, maybe the 80s, 1978, along with what was the movie with Soylent Green? Logan's Run.
Yeah, I remember Logan's Run.
Yeah, it was crazy. You remember that, Melissa?
No.
The bomb mom, I did put the link in there for you only to come up. But this whole transhumanism thing is like really wild. After watching, I've watched enough of Westworld to see and to, you know, the fact that they're on a cave and they're teaching the clones how to act like us and how they're supposed to act, and even the scene when they were in the bar, the cowboys, they was teaching them how to act like cowboys and how to act playing oh my goodness, it's just like, I'm like, and then they let them go in the real world, but then supposedly they became aware and started having feelings.
And you know what that's called? That's called singularity.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's wild to me. And to see,
yeah,
I'm scared for Gen Z and better generation, because I'm really scared for the future generations, because to me, I mean, if you tell them, what if you tell somebody that they can do something where you'll stay alive forever and ever, who's not gonna go for it? Right? What are your thoughts?
I don't know if I want to live forever.
Huh?
I said, I don't know if I want to live forever.
But I mean, like, they're going to, they're going to put this chip in people's head, and they've already started doing it. They've already started putting these in people's heads, this chip where the dictionary is downloaded in your head, or all this stuff. So I don't, it's crazy.
Miss Bethy, I gotta go get my children.
No, I know. You're good. But this is wild. This is wild.
Yeah, this is crazy. Wait, like it's I can't wrap my head around it.
Nice to meet you, Melissa. I really
Nice
hope I
meeting you also.
All right. All right. Take it easy. You got to hit
Alrighty.
the. All right.
Yep.
Talk to you.
I want to show you something. Peace to you, Melissa. Night. Very,
Bye.
very.
Peace. Have a good
I
night.
gotta do another panel with you.
Okay.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yes. Have a good weekend. So,
here
Sister
she comes.
Bethy, what you were just talking about?
There she goes. All right. Now we're gonna get it in too.
Peace to the. I can't see her right now, but I know the other sister joined the panel. I want to show you something. What you said. Revelation 9, verse 6. And in those days, did you share?
Yep. It's out.
And in those days, men, meaning people, women and men, people will seek death and shall not find it. See that, Sister Bethy? And shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them. That's transhumanism.
That's what I believe. And I said it.
Yep.
I said it. This is it. This is it.
I'm here. I'm just gonna step away for 1 minute. Peace to Sister DeBomb Mom. Peace to the okay.
Peace to
Hey,
you.
DeBomb Mom.
Hey, baby.
So, hey. So this is what I'm talking about. This right here. And it's like this. If this is what's happening today, my thought would be, okay, so what's on the Christian's mind now? Because now they can see what it really is. What are your thoughts?
I was going to say this has been going on for a lot longer than we think, because when you think back to those Cabbage Patch Kids and the incubator babies, the stork babies, they were postcards. They were selling these babies at world fairs. I mean, so how were they making these babies? You know, where were they getting all these babies that they were filling up these orphanages with, selling at world fairs? I think they were already creating some kind of clone, or I
think they don't have the conscience or the guts to come out and tell to tell you the truth about what they really did. This is what I think. This is why, they lied to all of us about history, and they're now telling you the truth. Now, my thing is this: the Bible that was brought here, that is telling you when it first started, there were already people here.
You gotta
and does it not say they're
created this plan? I didn't mean to cut you off, but the people that wrote this Bible, they were the ones creating these plans. So of course they knew what was going to happen.
My thing is, they created humans. So now when you're all right, if there were already people here, right? When they were creating these humans, there were already people here. So this brings me to say, okay, so if you were a created human, all right, then everybody else that's here are not humans. The only humans are the ones that were created, correct? What are your thoughts on that? The only humans are the ones that were created, right?
I don't know. I don't know. Sister Brother, it's so confusing. And how
it is. It makes me think like, well,
you know what I was thinking earlier? We had a peaceful land. We had matriarchal systems. Like, they implanted these people with no souls, and they that's why now we have all these rapists and killers. And when you look at them, the majority of them are these weird looking people that don't look like real people. Like, they don't have
normal.
So where are they coming from? I don't think we had a lot of that aboriginally.
And then when I watch the movie West, when I know it's a movie, but I don't care. It seems to me that anytime the United States wants to put something out or will allow something out, it's like what Napah was saying. They're putting this out to see how we're going to react to this when we find out the truth. Because now, pastors and everybody are now even questioning the Bible. Okay. And because they're like, okay, we've been teaching this Bible all these years to our communities. Now these children in this millennial generation, they questioning everything. Nothing is real to them. It stopped in my generation. These millennial babies are questioning everything, and
Yeah.
they know it. They know it's not real. There's so many millennial babies that are not in church, and it's because they've been so exposed to everything, and they know the answers. I don't care.
Because
It's
they've
not
been here
real.
before. It's different souls that are old souls coming back through, and they're not going to be fooled again. You're
Correct.
not going to fool us. No,
Yeah,
they're not for it. I'm with the rebels. They be like, these kids ain't like we used to be. They're not supposed to be.
they're not.
Mm-mm.
They're not,
They're a
and
different
they're
breed. They ain't for it.
yep, they're not going for it. And hey,
And they
EJ,
don't like to pay bills. They're going to put an end to that taxing and stuff. They're going to be like,
they
we're
got
not
to
paying taxes no more.
this whole generation, and I mean, it's not just one race of people that they fooled. They fooled us all, and you have to you have to question yourself. Well, why will they got to tell them in little kid stories? So they came up with the Cabbage Patch because a lot of children
Mm-hmm.
don't know who their
Little orphanage,
grandma who their grandmas are. They don't know.
stork
And it's not
babies.
like somebody had these babies and they just literally do not have um they don't have everybody knows their granny. I don't care. Everybody knows their grandma. You know mom and you know grandma. Okay. On the pop fell off. You know mom and you know grandma. How could you not know grandma? Unless, maybe you were adopted, or I get that, or whatever. But something's not right about the Cabbage Patch story and
All
all these
orphanage,
thousands of babies with no parents. There
right?
wasn't no
Where
war where they were killed. And I'm like, this is something. And the only creation that you hear is in the Bible. You don't hear it nowhere else. The creation of man and woman comes from the Bible. So King James translated what was done. They created someone, and they said they created man and woman. I'm like, okay. And then
they
you have to ask the Catholicism. They go to the father. Wait, that's not your father. Something's not right.
they said Adam was fooled by Eve. That Eve ate the apple and then deceived Adam into eating the apple, but he still got the apple in his throat. He's been lying since the honey. I don't believe none of them story. I think most of the stories in there, if you're gonna use them, they're symbolic to you, your body, and your temple. You
Mm.
have the power of good and evil. It's nothing outside of you making you make choices. That's within you, and you have to overcome certain um, things that addictions or that you know have self-discipline is what I'm trying to say. You have to be disciplined with everything, with what you allow into your space and your energy, and how you feed yourself, how you nurture your soul. All of that is symbolic of you. So the Bible is basically a book to teach you about yourself, but the way they're teaching it is teaching you it's something outside of you. So then you give all your power away. They're not teaching you you can heal yourself. That it's so much. I can go real deep, but I don't want to get too much off topic.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Napah fell off, but she'll be back on. My thing is, how are they going to, or how are they approaching people to like you have say like forbidden. I don't wish anybody any harm, body harm, but say like you're a cancer patient you're in like the 4th stage. Will the doctor come to you and say, look, we're running a trial. You know, we can make you stay and that'll all be gone. Are they now offering this to cancer patients who have maybe 6 months to live? Is that the time of the offer? Like, okay, you got 6 months. We can keep you here. We'll give you, we'll do this. We'll get rid of everything. And then they sign on that. How is this how it's going to be? He said you'll be all over and you're never going to go. I mean, what are your thoughts, Napah?
Do you think you have to sign your soul over some kind of way to have like that immortal life?
I think so. I would have to think so, because somebody's got to do the operation or do it. So you have to sign and agree that you want to stay here. Right? I mean, what are your thoughts, Napah? Like, I just asked her, I don't know if you heard me, like, when are they going to start implementing this and how are they going to smoothly do it? Say, like, there's a person with stage 4 cancer and the doctors only give them like 3 or 4 months to live. And they privately come to you and say, well, listen, we can get all this and here's how it'll go. And you just be here forever. Is that the time of the offer? I mean, I don't know. I'm just
I don't think so. Don't forget about the Georgia Guidestones, which very interestingly, they were destroyed. Someone somehow blew up the Georgia Guidestones, even though they're super surveilled. There's so many cameras there. Somebody got in there and blew up the Georgia Guidestones. So what I'm saying is, don't forget that we got to call them they. You know, when they say they, not like us, they want to decrease the population to 500 million. Now, I remember we're not doing an echo chamber. I'll be the one to step out on the ledge for entertainment purposes only. I'll say, hey, 500 million. Okay, let's see. Good. Does that mean, see, what I'm trying to say is your question. People always say, well, that's going to be a genocide. Or it's not a genocide, or they're just slowing down reproduction, pushing homosexuality to the point where it's not balanced. I am not anti-homosexual. I know people that are Hebrews out there getting cringe. I don't care. I don't hate people who want to choose to be homosexual. I don't care. I shouldn't say care. I don't hate people who are homosexual, and I don't hate people who decide to live a life as a different gender.
Right.
With that said, though, there's an imbalance, just like there's a heterosexual imbalance. They're pushing promiscuity. Get what I'm saying? They pushed promiscuity on. I get that homosexuals can be promiscuous, but the heterosexuals, there's so much stuff like just, free love. Go girl, guy, go have sex and have fun. You met her at the club. It's so pushed. All of that equals it equals dysfunctional reproduction. I'm getting to a point because you said, when people are dying, do they go take them aside when they have cancer? Like, so you want to do that 200,000 to save your brain, and later on we do that 1 million for you to get cloned? Mm-hmm. No, they're not doing that. They don't care. They say, good. They call them useless feeders. They're like, good, one down, good, another down, another down. They're not offering them immortality yet. When I say yet, because when I read that scripture, it said men will beg to die and they can't. Those are going to be the slaves. We got to go back to the beginning, the very first story of God's ruling people by bioengineering, genetically modifying and bioengineering people, was the story from the Sumerian tablets. And those were gods, we're gods, who created a being to work for them and basically never let them die. and didn't let them reproduce. And when they did let them reproduce, they said, we're going to control their reproduction. So let's fast forward now to where we are. That was over 5,000 years ago, I think. 3,000 to 5,000 years ago. Now here we are, right? Here we are, 2024. If someone's dying and they're just you or me, they're like, why do I want them to live? But if you are a Katy Perry or a Barack Obama or a Nelson Mandela or a Kamala Harris or somebody who is influential, then they say, okay, wait, we got to keep you alive. You got cancer. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. We're going to take you. We're going to do a whole Westworld on you. We're going to re-upload you to a fresh body. So my answer is, when it goes back to the George's Guidestones, those are the ones who fit in the 500 million. Downsize that 7 to 8 billion till we only really need 500 million, right? And then they say, we got what we need. We control reproduction. We control workers. And so they might pick a few of us. Let's say, I'm going to use you now, Sister Bethy, because you're influential. You're an influencer. Say, oh, there's a Sister Bethy. She says a lot of good things. Yeah, she is an American Indian. Save her and clone her. We might need her later. Clone her. Get her all set up. Get her. Has she been putting her pictures and her music on the cloud? Has she been doing her live streams? Everything's going to the cloud, right? You see, every time they ask you, would you like to back this up to the cloud? What is the cloud, by the way? You know, clouds in science, it really means like everything that's material, skin, hair, everything that's on the earth is taken up into the cloud, right? And it stays in the cloud. I'm talking about in the water cycle. I know I'm bouncing everywhere, but I'm saying this because we are in the cloud. You know how they say, oh, and you go up to heaven and you're in the cloud with God. We're taken up into the cloud right now. You're in the cloud. DeBomb Mom's in the cloud. I'm in the cloud. John Jones, I Am Your Mind. Tony Chiba, Sherilyn. We're in the cloud, and the cloud is, in case they need to make a clone of us, they got us. Now, those of us who said, I don't want to be in the cloud, I'm off the grid. They don't want you in the cloud because you're a rebel. They don't need you in the cloud. You're going to cause problems. You're off the grid. So when you say, do they take a cancer patient aside? Not if you're not useful. If you're not a useful feeder, if DeBomb Mom 187, this queen, if this queen doesn't have something that they can use, they're not going to take, or me, they're not going to take me aside. They're not going to take me aside. They might.
So you're saying that they're
like Kanye. Remember, Kanye was rebellious, but when he came back, he was all docile, and now he believes in Jesus. Kanye wasn't doing that. Am I lying? He wasn't. Kanye before, remember he had the breakdown and then Kim called, oh, I need y'all to come scoop Kanye up. We got a 1013 or 1031, whatever they say. And they say, okay, we're going to get Kanye. He said, I don't want to go. They gathered him up, took him. And when he came back, he had that blonde hair and he was sitting with Trump. And he's like,
wait a minute. Hold up.
Tell her, DeBomb Mom.
I remember when he dyed his hair blonde.
When he came out, he was sitting with Donald Trump. He started working on Donald Trump. Go ahead. What?
Wait a minute. Now, this is throwing me back. Now, I know when he was talking to somebody at his truck and he stopped taking some medicine and he said, I didn't take that last pill. I'm not. Because that would have been it.
And then they scooped him up. And I love Kanye. And I do too. I love that. I love his album.
I do too.
I believe in the Messiah, Jesus, so-called Jesus. So it's not about what I believe, though. It's about the agenda. Because this is the problem with religion. We see, Kanye's, this is the program. Now all of a sudden Kanye is preaching and talking about how he loves Jesus. They got to get that demographic. They got to scoop the Christians in and hold them close.
But wait a minute, it's the one. But from what I'm seeing, it's it's the Bible that literally believes in and stand on this that's happening today. Like this, the Bible is what stands on transhumanism, because that's the only way you're going to get everlasting life.
Well, you remember that what I showed you. You're right. In Revelation, was that people
So that's
wanted
why I say I don't
to.
understand how people can.
They definitely started the cloning because they made Eve from Adam's rib instead of
Okay, this is something
a
now. It's
womb.
getting
But it
hot up
goes
in here.
before that,
It's
though.
getting
It goes
hot.
before the Bible when we talk about the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki came down from this is the actual story 3,000.
You believe in the Anunnaki?
It's not about
As an
believing in
adult,
them. It's a story about them, and if you say believe, they don't have to be Anunnaki. I know about the Dark Watchers because when I was little, they have families, especially you say American Indian. Oh, if you're indigenous, if you're close to the earth, they're using you. Now, I talked about government humans who are using. I'm going to talk about if you're going to go to the alien, ancient aliens. If you're going to go to the gods, if you're going to go to the Anunnaki and the Elohim and the Netters and the Nagas. If you're going to do that, see, just because we don't believe in the Bible, just because we don't believe in the Anunnaki, it's actual literal ancient writings from thousands and thousands of years ago.
Mm.
You don't have to believe in the Anunnaki, but you know that the Enuma Elish, the epics of Gilgamesh. You know that that's actually written. We all know that. And I love that. I don't like an echo chamber, but what we do on HOK, we say source up or shut up. I'm putting that source out there. So what I'm saying is this: we don't have to believe it. It's not about believing it. It's about examining it, saying, why did they write this 5,000 years ago? Why is the Bible matching these prophecies that are unfolding? Some people say, well, say it again.
Away. I was telling her that earlier. I think you had stepped away. The people who are in control are the ones that created the agenda. So why wouldn't they know? Why wouldn't they know how to prophesize what their plan?
Right. Like the Hegelian dialectic. There's you create the chaos and then you correct the chaos. But listen to this. You want to hear the cold part? I'm dragging y'all deep down into the rabbit hole a little bit deeper. What difference does it make when those who wrote it thousands of years ago sat back and said, okay, we're running this plan down, right? What difference does it make if it still is happening? So what I'm saying is, let's say that the powers that be, they are looking at the scriptures that were written or the ancient texts that were written 5,000 years ago, right? And they say, okay, it says that the Anunnaki enslaved the Ajiji, and then the Ajiji didn't want to do it. They rebelled, and then they created a human race. So they say, okay, now in 2024, we're going to do it. What's the difference? It's still wild. You get what I'm saying? It's like, that's the paradox. It's like, it is a lie that is true. Get what I'm saying? Like, yeah. It's madness and it's wild, but it's happening. It's still happening.
So I guess my question is, okay, so if we know what's going down now, how can an adult, intelligent person continue to pray to pray to that? How? How could you do it? I'm serious. If you're an adult now and you know this evil is going down because it was written to go down, and the very people that written is the very people that's doing the cloning, how do you continue to pray to it? Is it because I don't understand that.
They don't believe in
Am I-
themselves. They don't realize that the power is all within them. They're giving it away. They're waiting for something else to come. And that's how the people can stay in control for so long, because people aren't taking back their power and saying, we are the ones here to make the change. We have the power of good and evil. It's up to us to make a difference. If you sit and wait for Jesus to come, baby, we're just going to fall all apart.
Okay, so you don't think, okay. I see. Me, I don't believe people are just now being cloned. That's the thing.
Mm.
I don't believe people are just now being cloned. I believe that people were cloned way back then.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and
Because they showed Stepford Wives in the 70s.
Yeah, I believe people were cloned way back then when the Bible what was written, and then these clones were given that book to follow by. So I think we got two kind of people running around here, because there were people here when this so-called when the Bible was supposedly written, because they're writing about God creating a man and a woman, and in it, he's talking to a bunch of people, and he told them that they will bow down to his creation. All right. So all these people are clones or descendants of clones, right? And they
Yes.
gave them this book to live by. This is the lifestyle you're going to live.
Right.
That's the
But do
order.
people
So
live by that book, though? They don't. It's like even the ones who say, oh, I love Jesus, I love the Bible, I loved her, they don't make it. They can't.
a lot of them are not clones, though. They're actual, real, original
Well,
people. You got, to me, I
no
don't
one
know. You have
can.
a.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Do you believe that? All right, let me ask you this. Do you believe that there are original beings versus synthetic beings? Not, synthetic being the ones that are descendants from original clones.
Well, let me answer it with
I mean,
fully.
I don't know. I just want to know your thoughts. And I'm gonna
No,
turn my camera
I
off
want to
for a
say this
minute.
because there are people. My husband will say certain things like the sister. You say to bomb mom, like it's all within us. Yes, that's why we people created. We see transhumanism happening. We create beings.
Yeah, somebody. Yeah, it had to be somebody that was creating them. So I think we just got beyond ourselves as humans at some point and started playing. We got too powerful. We realized we could do all these things, and we got in these labs and started to do something that really I don't know how to fix. I just know we have to stop looking outside of ourselves for help and start coming together as a one people. We're one earth. We're part earth. We need earth to survive. We're all parts of earth. Everything in us, all our minerals, everything we need, we can get from earth. It provides for us everything.
But how come for some people it actually kills them? Like there are people
Those are the ones that
are
right.
there are people that really can't be in the sun because they'll die. There's people who can't take baths because they're allergic to water. Have you ever heard anybody allergic to water?
Yeah,
That's crazy to me. They can't take baths because they're allergic to water. I'm like, water is natural. So they can't take baths.
Let's go back to what you.
I mean, I'm asking these questions because it's like
What were you saying?
People are afraid to ask.
Well, I want to go back to we say you asked the question, are there real people and then there are fake people?
Yeah.
Let's go to the beginning of the beginning of the beginning before there weren't Homo sapiens. Forgive me if you don't use that term, everybody. I'm trying to stay in, I'm trying to communicate. So let's go back to before we were who we are. And before the people who were us were who they were. Let's go back. There's a song that she says, let's go back in time. Let's go back in time to the very beginning. And in the beginning, I talk about how before we had civilizations and before we had gods, because in the beginning, when we started to be conscious, I want to talk about the expensive tissue hypothesis. I'm not going to go all into the boring science, but something happened to us in the beginning as beings. We start eating certain nutrients, foods that made our brains grow and our gut get smaller. In the beginning, our guts were very much larger than our brains. But once we started eating certain things, certain fats, certain minerals, especially meat, especially organisms, meats like insects, small birds, small rodents, and we started eating those things and our brain started to grow exponentially. I'm walking you down very slowly because it's important for me to get what I'm trying to say. When we got this refined higher consciousness, then we start looking around saying, wait a minute, I am aware of everything. What is this? What is going on? We didn't even say, oh, there's God yet. We said, I like what we're talking about. So there's the paradox. It's a primitive thing to say it's just us, but it's also advanced. It's pure and divine. It's unadulterated. Just let me rock out for like maybe 2 minutes.
No, you got it. Go.
So we said we ate that meat. We ate those foods, and then our brains grew. Nuts, brains grew. Omega 3s, omega 6. We said, oh, I didn't notice that I am me. I didn't notice that I actually exist. You can see this in infants as well, in this type of brain development. And when you say, okay, I like the way this meat tastes. Okay, I see at it's light in the day and bright and warm, and then something happens. This warmth and this light goes away, and now it's dark, and there's things in the sky, fires, lights all over the dark sky. Because by the way, when we were living in tribes, we congregated together to survive. We saw in a distance in the darkness in the night other tribes that we knew. Stay with me on this. We knew that there were these other tribes we weren't a part of. We didn't click with them. We clicked with our group. It's just, we're here, we are, and our group and their group is over there, but we didn't bother them because we're all trying to survive. Families. So we see their clan in the distance of the darkness. Everything's dark. Have you ever been in the desert at night? It's black. But then you see these twinkling lights. We already know about fire by this time. And there they are. I can see their fire going. There's the twinkle of the light. So I've been eating this meat, and then I know it's just me. I am the one who stays alive. I determine my existence. There's no outside force that's helping me and pushing me along. If I don't do it, I'm done, and that's that. I'm the God, but we didn't know that concept God yet. But we're getting to it. We're developing our consciousness because our brains are working differently than they did before we ate that food, meat. So we say there's the lights in the distance at dark at night, but guess what? There's lights up there too. Who is up there? See the process of the mind? I know that there's something there in the distance in the dark with the lights. So logic says those lights up in that darkness are also beings. But how? How did they get up in the sky? We didn't call it the sky, but we said we knew better. Like, where'd they go? Did they go in the mountain? Guess what? Hear me out. a lot of these holy books say, and then the gods were in the mountains, because that was the highest place, right? Must have been the mountains to get up to the sky. So they say, oh, okay, now I get it. These beings are in the sky, and they're they still didn't say, oh, you worship them, but they started giving them power. They started saying, those beings must be great. Surely they're great, because how could they be in the sky? Then I'm just going to fast forward. We were conceptualizing and anthropomorphizing, meaning we like meat. Surely those ones in the sky like meat. They burn meat. That's what those things, those twinkling lights are, and the fire across the sky when we see comets. So we burn. Look, they're taking care of us. They must be taking care of us. And then they say, okay, let's write this down. I went all the way fast forward to civilization. So I went from tribes, migrating, nomadic tribes, to now civilizations. And then the civilizations, I'm talking about the Sumerian. They say, or, because that's the most popular. I'm not saying there's not some that are contemporaneous or before them, but they said, now we're going to write it down. Once upon a time, from the sky, from a flaming ball of fire, the planet Nibiru shot across the sky, and it came down to us. And these were the gods, of course. I'm getting to a point. And these gods brought a slave race to work for them. Why did we do that? Why did we say that? Because we know work is hard. Damn, we're dying. We're dropping dead. You saw her eye? Think about having to work all day, moving rocks, fighting animals, trying to stay warm, keeping everybody together, just working all day. They didn't have like 9 to 5. It was always work, work, work. So they said, now we're going to make up a story of gods who create, who are powerful, who don't have to do anything besides sit back and watch the lower people work. Because they say, oh, they must be watching us. So throughout time, we started writing down all these stories. The gods created these people. But the cool part is we actually were creating. We were creating other species, other beings. How are we doing that? By changing ourselves. Remember I said we ate the meat? The ones before us weren't gods. They thought they were gods, but they ate the meat, and then they became us. So now we surpass them. And what I'm saying is, and when you see on Westworld, with the transhumanism, we say, oh, we're going to create them to serve us. But then they start to get power over us. That's called singularity. So we were genetically modified according to these stories and according to science. Genetically modified meaning we changed our genetics when we started to eat meat, didn't we? I'm talking about the people don't want to say, a lot of people don't believe in evolution, but I'm talking scientifically. And I'm talking about spiritually. So the last thing I want to say, thank you for letting me take all that time, is we are the ones who create the gods, and we are the gods, and the gods are real. So the stories that we will tell when it gets to 3050, or the earth should still be around, because the sun will burn out in 5 billion more years. So in about 3,500, people will look back to our stories and say, oh, look, they were doing the Neuralink with Elon Musk, and they did the AI and transhumanism. And then they'll find all the stories, all the episodes of Westworld, and those will become ancient, holy, you know what I'm saying? Like holy stories. But for us, it's just like, oh, that's just a funny show. But it's going to make sense. That's the phenomenal part, is that the truth, it's like a paradox. It's a fictional story that becomes truth. And that is what keeps cycling out. Now, y'all don't have to remember, no echo chamber, but that's what I'm putting out there. So we are the gods. We do create, but there also are ones that are more powerful than us. And when we conceptualize and start to write down these stories, they're grand and they're interesting. So yeah, don't let me say anymore. I'm a Gemini.
No, you're fine. I'm very patient. To me now, and we're all women up here. We know how to dialogue. To me, that sounds like clones.
Yes.
You know why I say that? Because you put this being, and to me, Adam and Eve sounds like clones. Literally, you put these beings on the earth. They don't know anything, but then they become aware. Now they're aware, and now they're challenging you, fighting you.
Right.
The clones you created are now challenging you and your power. So I just can't wrap it around. I mean, how all this came about. There's because all right, you have the people that were created. All right.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have the people who make babies another natural way, where a man can, the conception of man and woman. But then you have the one that you're talking about that was literally created. This is why I said I can't wrap myself around not believing that there are two kinds of beings on this earth. Now it's going to be three. You got the ones that are naturally created, and they can make babies naturally. And then you got the ones that were created not from, in the sense that is natural, like the way the animals. Now you have, just like what Meta was saying, you have your animals that were created too. There are animals that were created. And then there's literally natural animals that are not created. Like you have cats. Cats were created. That's not an original animal to the planet. Cats, dogs, these are created animals because they're called domesticated. Like he was saying, they're domesticated. So you can't have an original wild animal in your house because those weren't created. Those are actually literally from the soil. So what they did was use the genes of the original animals to create. Got like, where's the cat from? Would that fall from the lion? It was sliced from the lion. They fight you the same way. They scratch, but cats are tame. They're domesticated. They're not. They were made in the lab. They were gene sliced and made.
And I want
Cats,
to make
dogs.
Cats.
You get
too,
dogs
because-
from horses. Oh, I'm sorry, sweetheart. Go ahead. I was going to get in something, but go ahead.
I know I'm cutting in because you got talking about the cats and domestic cats that we have, like house cats. They're not like, the only thing that's different about them is their eyes slant both ways. It goes round and it can go like a lizard.
Yep.
So, but no other cats do that. No other lions or tigers or jaguars or cougars, they have the round pupils. So that's the only point I was going to make.
Yep, they're the original animals. So when you get domesticated, you have your domesticated and your wild animals. They had to be created because you can keep domesticated animals in your house. You can't. Nobody keeps a lion as a pet in their house, but you can create something and gene slice it from that. Look at these little chihuahuas and these are all dogs created. And that Bible said Adam would name all those animals. Now, when you're talking about Adam, you're talking about all his descendants after him, because they're the ones doing this. Now, if we have, like what I said, if we have domesticated animals, then we damn sure got to have domesticated humans, which is a human. A human is domesticated. It was created in a lab off of an original gene. And why is it that these domesticated beings that are created, why do they, and I have to question myself, why do they have the same gene as domesticated animals? That's scary to me and it's crazy to me. Why? That's how you know an original person from a person who was created, domesticated. Why is it that certain humans have, or humans period, why do they have the same gene as these domesticated animals?
Humans?
Yeah, humans. Because humans are beings that were created.
Well, our
Like Adam and Eve was created. They weren't created by having sex. Nobody gave birth to Adam and Eve. They were created.
right.
There was no talk of any God pushing out in labor Adam or Eve.
Ain't no
Now,
arguing with that.
you can't. It's not written anywhere in the Bible, unless
That's a good point.
unless the only way I could say this is if you're reading the Bible and you're reading how it's stating that man was created, and he said with the breath of his nostrils. To me, okay, you could take that two ways. Was he having an orgasm? Did he ejaculate into somebody? But I'm taking that a long shot. I'm trying to give you Bible credit, but I can't, because there's no, or unless with the breath of the nostrils, he created man. He took a breath, and was he coming? I'm going to use modern day words so the audience can understand what I'm saying. Was he actually coming? And he came. Look, and he or she. Now that's a long shot. So until I can give you that, but I don't think that's the case. They were created, and they were walking. There's no story of Adam being an infant or Eve. Where's the story at?
What came first, the chicken? Or
Right, like where's the story of Adam being an infant and he's getting breastfed and all that?
We're infinite beings. We've always been and we always will be. Energy doesn't die, only the flesh.
There's no story of him
There's
being
no
a
beginning in it.
baby who sucked on the breast like we have. Like I push out a baby, I breastfeed my baby. I know I had my baby. It was not created in the lab. So why is there a difference between in the way I have a baby and our way of creating humans, which is by sex? There's no story of Adam and Eve being created by sex. So this is why I said there's two kind of beings.
Okay.
So I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? And give me a story of Adam being an infant or Eve. But y'all got it. Y'all got it.
Okay, well, I didn't know if she wanted to say something. Well, this is the thing. When you say there's two different creation types, but before there was copulation, that first creation type, from what I've seen, before, even if you look at science, before we were male, female, we were one particular not asexual, one particular androgynous being. And I'm going all the way to the beginning, and I'm also using the
Are you
Bible.
saying like a Baphomet?
I mean, I don't want to use that
Indefinite.
word, the Baphomet, that particular example, but
I mean,
androgynous meaning like a
have both.
hermaphrodite, like a hermaphrodite.
I'm listening.
No, yeah, but
I
yeah.
was just questioning, so I had a clear understanding.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying for you on the panel, our little closed microcosm, but outside of it, people will use me saying, "Oh, she said it was like the Baphomet,"
Oh,
but
okay.
that's a good example because
Yeah,
I'm
I
talking
see.
about dual sex in
Mm-hmm.
one person. So
Got you. Some people look at it as evil. Some people see the true symbolism behind it.
mhm.
Um, so it's the interpreter. They're
Yeah, a
gonna
lot of people see it
no matter what.
as evil. It's just a rendition from Eliphas Levi of what the Knights Templar saw as a divine being, but not but. If you want to go, I don't want to take it off this topic of what Sister Bethy was going in. She was saying a lot. I was downloading a lot of what she was saying and really trying to take it in. But the Knights Templar, something that is divine is going to be dual sex. It's going to be both sexes, and it's going to also be asexual. But
But it doesn't have to be literally the physical body, because inside we definitely have both the negative and positive, feminine, masculine within us all.
mhm.
Some of them more than others. There are some more masculine females and more feminine males, but we all have both energies within us. Um, some more balanced, it's that's all I was going to say. It doesn't always have to be the physical. It could be the energies within us.
Yes, 100%. Even in science, it says we have in psychology, we have a male and a female brain. But getting back to what's again that question that basically you keep asking, Sister Bethy, were there two different types of creation? In the beginning, there was only one type of creation, and I would say that that was a an organism being able to be not have any outside forces to help it reproduce. Then once that evolved, the organism said, make let's make the future. Let's make those organisms that are coming. And they knew the way to do that was through copulation, sexual reproduction.
Okay. That's kind of hard for me to take in. I'm trying to piece it together because
I can add
genetic.
to that. She
Oh,
she said there's only one creation story, but you're right. There's only one creation story, and that's the Bible. Because when you're thinking only on biblical terms, you don't see that Earth is given life every day to different many species. We are just one of them, and I'm a lip. That's all I wanted to add.
Yeah, there are, but the Bible isn't the only one with the creation story. There's lots of different creation stories in different spiritualities. However, similarly to the most popular ones, when I keep talking about the Anunnaki, that creation story with Sumerian creation stories. Then we go to the Kemetic creation stories. Something that is similar is that there is let's talk about Kemet. Let's leave the Babylonian, so the Sumerian stories alone. Let's talk about Kemet. In Kemet, there's one being, like let's say Ra, not Ra. Let's say Atun. Atun is a god, and I wish we could get some of the like if you could just find out some American Indian ones. But there are lots of different creation stories. There's always one that says, okay, out of me comes everything else. So we don't get to quite yet the sex where it's male and female, there's an evolution. Even in science, we have a universal common ancestor, just that one microorganism that starts to asexually reproduce. We can see that in bacteria, we can see it in viruses. And so, right, it starts to just asexually reproduce. But then somehow that actual organism says, I'm gonna, in this next reproduction, I'm gonna do a little change here. There's gonna be some, what is it called in genetics when it's not an adaptation, it's a mutation. So in the next mutation, I'm going to be separate myself from myself. I'm going to put myself outside of myself. That's what happened in the story with Atun. Atun created his 2 children from himself. So this is in science as well, and I'm getting somewhere with this. We create something outside of ourselves, and it's in 2. Now we've got the duality. And when we got the duality now, we've got 2 different entities, but there are one, but they're now 2. That's the paradox. The 2 are one. And don't we hear that reflected in a lot of holy writings? The 2 come from one, the 2 are one. And then that's when we start to get to that part that Sister Bethy, that you mentioned, Sister Bethy, that sexual reproduction, coming together, having sex. It's not just in humans. You know, a lot of organisms, there has to be a negative and a positive, aka a female and a male. Then they come together when they already were one in the first place, but they come together to make another one. I mean, I don't want to get off track, but what I'm saying is,
no, you're fine. You're fine, because what are you saying this person's name is again that made this baby from himself? Who was that?
Made two.
So Atun, my thought is, in order for that, because I'm only thinking like I would know, I'm using common sense, that could happen, is Atun was an hermaphrodite and got himself pregnant.
Bingo. So now hold that thought. In the story, Atun is
I'm
not.
just saying, I don't see it.
But I agree with you. That would be the logic if you look in science, and if you look at other stories, there it points to hermaphrodite. The bomb mom wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was gonna add. You know, I believe like if you have, I don't know, women can create their own semen. So it's no.
Yeah, I don't.
That is a good theory.
How? That's another thing.
I don't know about that one, but I've heard people say that. I don't know if women. Where do you see women creating?
Go. Let her go.
I want her to go. I need her to just make sure she's driving.
If I don't know, there are some that are big. I don't know. It's maybe possible. That's all I'm saying. It could be. Maybe she can impregnate herself because she can jerk her little thing. I don't know.
Okay, now you go. Don't do that. First off, there have been many women who said women create semen. I don't see anything. I've never seen women create semen, ever.
Unless they're hermaphrodites.
And then therefore they're not women.
I thought the male had semen. Is this not
They're
true?
male and female, and the male side of them is creating the semen.
That's why I said it was an hermaphrodite, and it probably was long enough to insert. I mean, it's only
you don't have to do all that if it's already in you, y'all. Y'all going deep in the no pun intended. You
gotta give the audience the visual. I mean,
go for it.
the only way I can see a person getting themselves pregnant, they must be an hermaphrodite, because you take it and you move it down or up or wherever it need to go in there, and you're going to do it to yourself.
Do both work? Both
Yeah,
organs work?
yeah. That's why you have a choice. Like, and let's talk about that, because we talked about that earlier in the bar, right? Where there are instances where a child was born hermaphrodite, and the parent wanted a girl so bad that they chose to have the penis removed, but the child grew up and wanted to be had more of the desire to be a man. And this is, I don't know if there's a law now passed that you can't choose your child's sex. You have to let
Right.
them. Is there a law now? They get to choose, because they were making mistakes, big mistakes with this, and the child literally grew up with beard, the physique of a man, everything. And now mom made a decision to make the baby a girl, and that's not what, you know.
It was
So
intended, yeah. You should just be natural. I don't think you should change your body. You shouldn't have to change your body. However you're made and however you feel, you should be able to find somebody that matches that vibration.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't have
right,
to change yourself. You should be unapologetically be yourself, and the right people will draw to you.
correct,
I agree with that. That's good.
correct.
That's a good philosophy.
I saw this video on TikTok where there's a married couple, and she is a hermaphrodite and did not remove the other organ, and she got pregnant but lost the baby.
Are you
And
talking about the black couple?
yeah, did you see that?
Oh, they're so cute. I was crying.
It-
Are you talking about the girl who was happy to be pregnant and then she lost her baby?
yeah, but she's a hermaphrodite,
She's
and
a
she
hermaphrodite.
husband. And I thought that was very interesting. I think I have the video
I
up.
felt bad for her, but she lost that baby not just
Yeah.
because from number one, the way she was
Stress.
stressed out, and then number two, they wouldn't even give her prenatal care.
Yeah, that was terrible.
That was terrible. That broke
You
my
can
heart.
buy that over the counter.
I think I have that video.
Prenatal care.
Well, oh, you mean like from a doctor or something?
Well, she didn't remember. She didn't even know anything about herself. She was dual sex. She had the male. I mean, she even had the male on the inside to the outside. She had everything. She had the vaginal canal, the uterus, the testes, and
Yep.
the penis. That's amazing to me. And I
Yeah.
think, that to me, well, that's a, you know what? Now I want to say this. In every religion, even with Torah, they condemn it or they keep it quiet. But this is a being that actually God made dual sex. And that being was worshipped, saw as special. And I'm not worshiping
Look it
her.
up for it now.
But what happened?
No. I'm looking for the video so I could
Right.
share it.
For me, it was like, well, that is a woman and that is a man.
Yeah.
So that person is super
Both.
special. So she looked like a woman where the way oh, did you see the baby picture, Sister Bethy?
What baby picture?
When she showed her baby pictures where her mom made her be a boy. And
No, I didn't.
she
I
looked like
didn't.
a cute little baby boy.
I really felt bad.
Me too.
For her.
Because she's not doing anything against nature. And
Right.
she chose to be with that man, and everybody's like, oh, she really didn't need to be on social media like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have come
Alma,
on there.
So Alma in the chat said, "Is this why they started circumcisions?" I don't know if that's why, but they could have been trying to stop women from having both.
That's a
'Cause you
good
gotta
point. You know
start
that?
out-
I don't know.
I don't know. You never know.
That's interesting, but I do know that circumcisions make the member look more like a actual snake. And the snake, and I'm not talking Don't come for me, Hebrew Israelites. Circumcisions weren't just being done by Hebrew Israelites, but the way that snake was revered. You understand? It was very revered. So, but that's a good point. I never thought about that. I might look into that because that seems logical that they maybe, you know, how many circumcisions, if you look at history and science, they are quiet about it. Some little boys get accidents during circumcision where the member is either destroyed, completely cut off,
It's horrible.
or halfway.
Horrible.
Yes. It's
It's
crazy.
horrible. People, a lot of men, because they've been so brainwashed to think it's supposed to look a certain way. So they're like, I'm glad it was done, but they don't realize how horrible that is as a baby to come straight out the womb and be genitally mutilated. Just as a mother, I don't know. I'm just against it. Originally these Jews, they were orally circumcising these babies. So that's
causing them to die, right?
I think I know where that is.
No, they were sucking the blood off of the brisk, when they did a brisk,
because of the regenerative cells that are in the skin and
wow.
It's weird. It's selfish. It's child abuse. It's genital mutilation of a child. It's horrible.
Well, I'm not saying it's I love that we're not in an echo chamber. I agree with you about the when they do that thing where they put it in the mouth, that's abuse. But for me, I mean, I think it's too personal for it to be just like a cookie cutter, like doctor does it, doctor does it, doctor does it, because a lot of these babies' members are being destroyed. Mm-hmm. So if you're going to do it,
normalized it, and it's unnatural. It's not but any other intelligent creature is doing to their children, but we're allowing it.
Well, you know, I think if parents, because I also, by the way, I don't, how do you say, you know how we pierce ears, and it is a tradition. It's amongst the Hebrew Israelites. It is when I say Hebrew Israelites, Jews, Hebrews, and other
adult male wants to pierce that's his issue. I'm talking about babies straight out the womb. I'm just saying it's unnatural. As an adult, if you want to pierce something and stick a hole in it, cut something off, that's your business.
Yeah, and that is something that people can have a debate about. Like, why would you do that to your child? Why would you baptize your child, even when we're talking about the spirituality? However, I'm not anti-male circumcision. I think male circumcision should be taken more seriously. The way you just considered, what about future? I think that's something that parents should really think about. For me, I think male circumcision isn't the same as female circumcision. I don't see it as mutilation. I see it as aesthetic.
Yes.
I see it for looks, like piercing ears.
Why are we saying that something's imperfect about this baby's genital? Who was the pervert that said something was wrong with the way the male penis was created naturally? Who was the ignorant person that said? And for the Bible did a lot of disgusting things with circumcision, and I know this because Brother Sanchez did a show on it, and he brought so many scriptures out the Bible where they were doing some weird things, and I'll never forget that episode. I brought up the topic on his show one day, and he did like 3 streams on it, and he went so deep into it. I learned so much. And there's a documentary, American Circumcision. If you can sit through that, then you can win the debate.
Let me do this. Talking about debate, it's not that I'm debating it, but I'm going to be very honest. Male circumcision isn't perverted, and it is something.
Absolutely is. It's rooted in.
Well, perverted would mean that. Perverted would mean that it's something that is outside of accepted and outside of something that's normal.
It's been normalized, but it's still a disgusting, unnatural thing that we can't. We're not gonna leave that like that. It ain't what it is. We're not gonna try and cover up. Like, there's a good point to this. You can say you visually prefer a circumcised penis, but we're not gonna say that generally mutilating a child straight out the womb is not cruel.
So, do you think piercing ears is mutilation?
No.
But it's not natural. You weren't born with holes in your ears.
That's a way to express your individuality. If you want to get a tattoo or a piercing, your sexual organs, which you use to pee, to excrete, we were made a certain way. You shouldn't have to change your body, cut anything off. If you want to stick a hole in and put a little jewelry in something, it's different. I just said, if you want to put a piercing in it as an adult, what I'm saying, what we're doing to children who have no choice in this, and then we're teaching them that it looks better so that they think that it's better, instead of teaching them how to clean it properly and teaching them that it's natural. Okay. And I'm not going to go back and forth, but you can go ahead.
No, we're not going. You're the one talking. I'm not going back.
I know.
And we're having a dialogue for the people, so you don't have to go back and forth. But I'm going to tell the truth about the situation.
That's how you feel, and I definitely respect.
No, I'm not. You just told us about your feelings.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about the facts right now. The fact is that. Okay. No, I haven't even said anything.
I know, but don't be smart, because I'm the right one.
No. Actually, if you're the right one, then let me say you spoke. So let me speak.
I'm trying to be nice, and I'm gonna.
And I am nice. I'm not trying.
But if you get out of line, I will be the one to check you.
Well, then let me do this.
Okay, ladies.
No, Sister Bethy, don't do that. I have to talk after she said all of that, because what happened was she got upset. I don't know what I said.
No, it's when you mock me. I don't play. Don't do that.
Well, you said I didn't want to mock you
because you want them to cut little babies' penises so that it looks better for you when you go to do what with it. Let's talk about that then. You want to talk about why we should cut these babies' penis as a child? Because why? Because it's aesthetic. You want it to look a certain way so you can do what? Talk about that.
Can I talk? Oh, you turned the camera off.
Okay, you got it.
But can I talk now?
Oh yeah, you got the floor.
Are you sure?
Definitely.
Are you absolutely sure?
Absolutely, you got the floor.
Because I was cut off. She said a lot, and I came in. I didn't know she was going to get upset. I thought we were just talking. Because, like I said, it's not an echo chamber, and I don't remember getting smart with her. But she said some things that I have to address.
Okay.
And then she said she's the one, but her camera's off. So I want to make sure she's here when I say these things.
Oh, she's here.
But we don't see her because she's the one who said I'm the one.
First of all, because I'm getting ready.
She's talking again. She's talking again.
I just asked you not to come for me.
I'm gonna
turn my camera off because I'm not listening to you. I'm not gonna let you address me. I'm gonna let you sit and go on and on about why you think it's okay to circumcise an infant. No other intelligent creature is doing anything to harm their baby straight out the womb. They're not cutting the cord. They're not doing none of that. But you believe in this God and this story outside in heavens. Well, honey, why won't he come and speak up for himself why it's supposed to be? Because you just know you want it to look a certain way before you put it in your mouth. That's what I'm going to say.
Oh.
Okay, so see, notice that I'm not that she said I offended her because I don't even know what happened, but she just said I didn't have sex.
Let's get back to where we were.
But Sister Bethy, you're gonna cut me off now?
No. I want you to go. I want you to speak.
Whenever she talks, there's silence. Okay. When I talk, there's two people talking.
No, I was just telling you, you got the floor. That's all.
Okay, let me talk, please.
Okay.
First of all, I don't know where that came from, where I want to do that to children. I wouldn't even put that in my mind. We're having a conversation about a tradition that people do around the world, not just Christians.
That's sick.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to let her talk.
Hey, Mom. Hold on, sweetie. Let Napah have the floor. Okay, honey, let her have the floor. She's got the floor. And it's her turn to speak. And we're both gonna mute our mics because I didn't even say anything.
I'm not mad at anybody. It's
No,
just strange
right.
that it's coming.
No,
to
I know you're not mad at anybody.
Sister Bethy. We're discussing circumcision, and then it went
Right.
to people want to have sex with children. How do you equate circumcision?
I never said having sex.
She's still
with children.
talking.
I never said having sex with children.
She wants to talk now again.
Hold up, the bomb, sweetie. Hold up. Let her have the
I'm
floor.
gonna hold
Not
up,
enter.
but I'm not gonna let her lie on me.
Okay. All right. Even if you don't like what she's saying, let's keep the mic muted, and then you could, speak after. Even if you don't think it's true, let's not interrupt. I'm gonna even mute my mic.
Thank you, Sister Bethy.
You got it.
Let me try this again for the 4th time. We were discussing circumcision, which is a practice that parents do around the world across cultural lines, across religion and spiritual lines. Even atheists do circumcision on their children. You said, I want children to you said you just want them to be circumcised so you can put it in your mouth. That's sex with children. Why? You don't have to go there.
Okay, can I interject now?
But why, sis? I'm talking. Do you not want me to conversate with you or talk about this?
Was that the point? Because I just want to respond.
Hang on, sweetie. She wasn't finished. She wasn't finished. Napah wasn't finished.
You said a lot.
We're gonna let you speak.
Sister Bethy, that's okay. You said a lot. You said you're the one, but I respect you that you're the one. But the things that you're saying, I respect that you have an opinion about circumcision. What I do not respect, and I find it to be disheartening, that you say it's because adults want to do things with babies' private members. That's not it. That's not why people do circumcision. Circumcision is not just for aesthetics. It is a traditional thing in many cultures, not just Christian, not just Jewish, not just Hebrew Israelite. There are African cultures, Muslim cultures. They do circumcisions. And it's not, if we're going to talk about mutilation, I ask you, I don't remember disrespecting you, but if I did not try to, because you said some things that maybe if I chuckled or something, because you said some really heavy stuff. You said mutilation of genitals. You said people do it because they're perverted. They like to look at babies' privates. So maybe that's what you felt from me, but I wasn't. I've talked to many people who are against circumcision. I respect your opinion. Male circumcision has been done for many reasons. For aesthetics, like you say, because it is a part of their culture, not because the baby's coming out like, hey, everybody, look at my member walking down the road. When we say aesthetics, we're talking about cultural norms. We're talking about societal reasons. We're talking about, and in this group, we know that they're going to be circumcised. It's not bizarre for a grown man to get married and his wife to say, oh, you're not circumcised. That's weird. They say things like, I'm not going to be offensive, but they say little things, about it looking different. Now, going to the part where you were talking about its mutilation, I asked you about piercing ears. Infants have their ears pierced. It's painful. There's holes. We weren't born with those holes there. And even though they might not be genitals, it's still painful, and it's still a cultural thing to put holes in our ears. In some cultures, they put plates in their lips. They put rings on babies' necks. They bind the feet of infants in China. So yeah, you could call me long-winded all you want. I'm going to say what I need to say, because she said a lot. And then she kept jumping in and talking about, oh, I'm the one, so I need to straighten this out. All right. And I'm not having the last word. I'm going to pass it on to somebody else. So I'm looking at the chat. Don't play me, because I'm not the one. I'm Napah Shadah. So people doing circumcisions on their children are because of cultural reasons. Is it wrong? Guess what? It's been known to not be wrong, because the foreskin, however, it is a natural part of the body. I'm not saying that it's wrong to have a foreskin, but when it's cut off, it doesn't harm the health of the male. It does not do anything to cause the male to, if it's done correctly, doesn't cause the male to be impotent. So we know that, just like piercing ears. I don't say you have to get your foreskin removed to be a better man, but there are things. I know, bad saint, but we're gonna do this right. We're going to do this right, because I'm not even mad at the sister. She said some things, but I think it was just whatever. I know she didn't mean it, because I know she doesn't think that about me, because she doesn't know me. And I would never say that about her. So we're going to stay on track. People doing circumcisions, she feels strongly about that. That's why she doesn't do circumcisions. That's why she has a voice against circumcisions. But we have to be honest. Men are not being harmed when their families choose to, for religious reasons, do circumcisions. Now, if we do the flip side to women getting circumcised, women are being harmed. Women need their vulva. That's a part of their genitals that they need. They need their clitoris. They are getting their clitoris removed. That's like taking a boy and cutting his penis off. So we can't say, oh, you were okay with male circumcision, but you're not okay with female circumcision. Exactly, because we examine what's going on. That part of a female body harms the woman. She has very, very serious issues when they do female circumcision. And the reason female circumcision is being done, it's out of misogyny, men not wanting women to have sexual pleasure. That's one of the top reasons. Let me say that again. In Islam, in a lot of these Islamic radical cultures, they do the female circumcision because they don't want the girl to be they think it'll make her less promiscuous, and they say it'll stop her from being having sex with a bunch of men. It'll make sex less pleasurable. They're absolutely right. It makes sex painful, and it makes sex less pleasurable. So if we flip side to the male, scientific studies show his sex is not less pleasurable. He doesn't have any type of impotence if the circumcision is done correctly. Because remember, I told the sister there's doctors who are botching these circumcisions, but those are anomalies. So in these cultures, and I'm gonna park my car now. In these cultures, when men and women are married and they have a baby and they say, let's circumcise our son, let's just take a little bit of the foreskin off. We don't have to take the full sheath off. There's things that are being done. They're saying, let's not cut the whole foreskin off. Let's not overdo it. And it's just it's a symbolic thing. And it's an aesthetic thing. And I'll tell you, if people are in Islam, and if people are Jewish, and if people are Hebrew Israelite, and if people back in the days of Kemet, because they did it in Kemet as well, if the woman saw a man without a circumcision, she didn't want to sleep with him. He was an outsider. He was a foreigner. That was a sign that he was a foreigner. I'm going to say that again. When they saw the penis with a foreskin, they knew, red flag, run. He is not one of us. So those are the reasons. It didn't harm the man. It was a cultural thing. Nobody was trying to suck a baby's penis. Nobody was trying to harm a baby. So I'm going to hand it over to the sister. And like I said, I don't put babies' penises in my mouth. So I forgive you for saying that out of your emotions, sis. But
I wasn't, and let me just say, I would never say, I wasn't saying that about you. What I was saying is, you want it as an adult to look a certain way. You would rather it look that way because you've been programmed to think that's the way it's supposed to look.
Not me.
And
you mean the person, right? Because I don't care if a baby's circumcised or not.
do you care if an adult male is?
I don't. That's first off, that's a private thing for me. But I will say this: I don't. It doesn't matter what I feel. It matters. Is it harming the baby?
And it absolutely does traumatize the child. But luckily, they're so young that they do forget that part. So as an adult, they don't really remember it. And because we're programmed, they are grateful because a lot of women are programmed to think that that's more aesthetic. But it's unnatural is the point that I was making. It's very unnatural and it traumatizes our children as soon as they come out the womb. So that's the point I was trying to make.
And I respect your, guess what? You're not the first sister. I'm a doula and I work with, I'm not an official midwife. I say this online so I don't get in trouble. I work with babies and people getting circumcising their children or choosing to not to. I respect your opinion, but I know that it doesn't harm babies.
You think the earpiece piercing would hurt, but not the circumcision?
No, they both hurt.
Or tender part of the body.
Oh, you know what? DeBomb Mom, actually, let me take that back. There are circumcisions that can be done with, over time, the ring. It's a string that's wrapped around. It's a plastic ring that's put on the baby's the head of the baby's member. And then the foreskin has a tiny, it's probably like 4 millimeters. Not even anything, maybe 2 millimeters. That's a lot. 2 to 4 millimeters of foreskin, and they put the plastic ring around and they put a ligature, and out throughout time it doesn't cause. It's a bit discomfort. There's some discomfort maybe, but not enough where the baby's in agony, and it gradually. It cuts through the foreskin and it causes that one top part of the foreskin to become necrotic, and it falls off naturally, like similar to the umbilical cord. And there's no, and it's safer. So I advocate for that type of circumcision. I don't advocate. You and I would align, not the same reason, but I don't advocate for the scalpel circumcision. I don't advocate for that. And I think it's called the bell. And also the one that's done with cauterizing, the heat. That's definitely dangerous because babies' whole penises have been zapped off by urologists. So yeah,
I'm glad they're trying to find safer ways to do this unnatural ritual that they're practicing on these children. My only point is that it's a very unnatural thing. We're very intelligent beings. No other intelligent creature is doing things like this to their babies. It's only humans that think that this is something that they want it to look a certain way,
right? And
they don't care who they hurt to do it.
Well, you know what? I can definitely align with you on that. I don't, even though I practice. Practice certain things in the Bible, like I practice Torah as much as I can. Having a circumcision, we could talk about what Paul said. Having a circumcision isn't a bad or a good thing. Having a foreskin is your natural self. So we align on that. But if someone does say I have to do a circumcision, I don't see that for males. I don't feel the same way as you do or see it that way because it can be virtually painless. So I align with you on babies can go without circumcision and just be normal. Totally. However, in these cultures, DeBomb Mom, Sister Bethy, if you're going to be in the culture, if you're going to be a Muslim, if you're going to be a Jewish person, if you're going to be a Hebrew Israelite, if you're going to be in certain cultures, you're not going to get away with, if you want to stay in that culture, in that group, You can't come in and be like, I'm not doing it, because then people be like, ooh, I'm not going to deal with him. And it's sad, but that's a reality. So, that's all.
Interesting.
Thanks for letting us know, Sister Bethy.
Yeah, oh yeah. It was great dialogue.
So cute.
The Bob Mom, did you want to say something else before we move into sisterhood?
No,
you sure?
Ahead. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm good. I'm over it.
Okay.
Are you over it? What? Why did you get so upset? I mean,
because I'm not a follower. I don't follow any religions. I stand alone most of the time because I go within for my information. So because of that, I'd have to stand alone. A lot of people follow the norms, they follow the trends, they follow the religions, they follow the leader, whoever tells them something. And I don't follow nobody. I follow myself. I'm sound in my own truths. I'm good alone. I don't need an army to fight a war with me. I know what I know, and I'm just hoping that these messages can get across to people who are trying to make the same changes that I'm making, so we can get back to being our natural selves, one with nature, one with each other, knowing we're all connected, learning how to love again. And these are some of the core things we got to break ourselves. We're not breaking any generational curses if we carry on tradition. So, and that's
true.
And we can move on to sisterhood, because I'm ready to love.
Right. So, let me, excuse me, Sister Bethy. I have to one of your audience members, Porsche the Great God. There are things that are said about people that you don't know, and you show your intelligence by not just letting somebody open up the top of your head and pour a pot like dog poop or cow manure into your mind and then close it. And don't say I never lost my license. I never molested children. I never did any of those things. I never was a baby molester. That's why when the sister said that, I mean, I'm so used to people not knowing me. Sister Beth is getting to know me. I've talked to her a little bit about this. Don't be sitting in the chat talking about she lost her license. If I say your mama lost her license, then I'm wrong, right? If I start talking about your mama, then I'm a bad guy. I would never. I'm not going to talk about your mama because I don't know you. You don't know me. Don't talk about me losing anything, baby girl. I'm still intact 1,000. And the person who said that I did those things actually came out and said, he's so sorry. He was just saying those things about me and he made it up. So I don't mind. You could call my husband, me say I have a fake husband. You could say that I'm bald headed. You could say that I lost my license, but guess what? I'm Napah, Shadah, and I'm sitting right here, and I must be important because Sister Bethy, the chief of all of you, she values me. So I'm gonna check my value off of Sister Bethy right now. Okay, check.
You're fine. You're fine.
No, I know I'm fine, but I didn't lose my license. Today I was a doula. I worked as a doula today. So I love you too, Porsche, the great God. Sonetter said it too. Sonetter never said I lost my license. Anyway,
all right. But we're just gonna learn. Don't let the audience to tell you. I'm still trying to learn not to respond to the audience, but sometimes it's very difficult. It's very difficult sometimes.
I can help you anyway because we got the hardest audience, the toughest environment. This audience is like you have a sweet audience compared to the audience that I've been in front of.
That's one thing I can say. I do love my audience. Everybody over
I love
here
my audience too. Okay.
They're very humble, and I really appreciate them breaking with me on a Friday because normally I'm not on this late, but I love this conversation, and I'm normally watching Smoke's channel at this hours, but I know after I go off, he's probably gonna go live. But
we gotta close
at night. No, I want to get into sisterhood. We still got. I know we're on sisterhood.
After what just happened, I think that's a good segue.
Yeah, it's a good setup segment, and then we can open the floor for questions. But let's talk about sisterhood. And I think sisterhood is something else. So Me myself, I try. I have tried. I do, and I really suck at it at times. I really try. And my mother used to get on my buns when I was little. Because when I was a little girl, like I said, I grew up with the 9 boys, my brothers, and then I have my sister. Yeah. I got 12 brothers.
Damn, that's a lot.
And then
Each
my
person.
sister. So always when I was little, I didn't always have the attitude that I have now. You know, until I don't think I got this attitude until I got like 16. I became worse. I developed this like attitude where I've like had it. I guess I must have been 16. But when I was younger, now I was a fighter too. Don't get me wrong. When I was elementary little, my mother would try to correct me when I was little. And because she would watch me when I would play, and she noticed that I always wanted a friend, a girlfriend to play with, a friend, honest. But I was always too honest with them when I was little. And the way I am with women now reflects from when I was younger. I was the one who would like go in the house and steal a piece of cake and bring it to him. I was always, even, in my
Typical
younger
Virgo.
years. Yeah, I would steal because I didn't want to lose my friend. I just wanted my friend. And my mother started trying to correct me from that. And I would always, like, if my dad came around and he gave me like, you know, $10. That was a lot of money to me in the 70s,
Right.
$10. So I would go and buy all my girlfriends candy, spend up all the money, just buy them all the candy and shit. And my mother would get angry. She said, "No, you will not buy friends. No." And I just didn't care. I didn't get it. I was a kid. And I found myself doing that as I became older and old enough to go out to the movies and, go out to the club, because I always worked. And I loved my friends from high school, my girlfriends. Granted, a lot of them had like 1 to 2 kids. By the time they got out of high school, they had 2 kids. But I still love my girlfriends. And my mother was like, "Look, you're going to stop this shit." And because I would always, and I knew they didn't have the money. And I, I would find myself paying for us to get in the movies, paying for us, like after the movies, I'm paying for the dinner. So I'm paying for 3 people. And I carried that into my adulthood too. And I said, I'm tired of this shit. Really am. I'm tired. And once I stopped that, I just said, I give up. I'm not going to do it no more. And I learned that people saw things in me that I didn't see. And I say, I think they have it twisted. They think, "Oh, you're this intelligent girl. Why are you think I'm intelligent?" I go to work, but I still want to come home and play with my friends in the hood. And well, they saw things in me that I didn't see. I didn't think that I was intelligent. And their idea of thinking that I was intelligent was because I know how to talk to white people. So you think I'm intelligent because I know how to talk to white people? That's what I would get. "Yeah, you know how you talk." I'm like, "What do you mean how I talk?" You know, and I
Articulate.
now, coming up as a child, I grew up in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And our school system was diverse, and we had predominantly white teachers. And so I grew up in diverse community where we all, whether you was a hood white, we had white people in our hood, but they lived right like down the street out of the hood. And I
Okay.
could still, communicate with them. So I get to Hartford.
Okay.
Now I get to Hartford. This is what I'm telling you. where my mother was saying, no, you're not going to keep buying friends. So I get to Hartford. So I'm in Hartford, and they're like, you talk like white people. And I'm like, what do you mean? He said, like, you got an accent. It's hard. It's like white people. You sound like white. I was like, what do you mean I sound like white people? And I didn't realize it until I kept hearing it. You sound like white people, because the accent in Hartford is almost closely related to Boston's accent.
Right.
And
Right.
so I'm coming from
New York,
Bridgeport.
right? What about New
Right.
York?
So, no, but so I'm coming from Bridgeport,
Mhm.
and a lot of them. So I had the Bridgeport, New York accent, because a lot of times people think I could have come from New York because it's so close. Bridgeport is what, 30 minutes from New York. So we have a little Bridgeport and New York connected. It's like really weird.
Yeah.
So now I'm in
How
Hartford.
far are the two? Just help me out. Bridgeport and
Okay. When I was in Bridgeport,
Mhm.
New York's only like 30 minutes.
Oh wow,
And
that's
Hartford, Boston is 30 minutes.
oh wow.
So it's like I'm in the middle of Boston and New York.
New York.
Yeah. So um when I
Okay,
came
so
to
you were
Hartford,
talking properly.
right, I'm in Hartford, and they're saying you sound like a white girl. I'm like, I don't know what you mean. And I never did have a problem getting a job in Hartford because I was communicative. And a lot of the girls were like, you sound like a white girl. I'm like, really? I'm like, oh, well, I didn't think so. And they thought I was intelligent for that. So it was difficult for me to fit in because a lot of the girls that I was around, I liked them because they knew how to dance, but then they did things that I was afraid to do. Like
Like
I
what?
didn't do drugs. I didn't
Oh
drink
wow.
alcohol.
That's
I was
good.
afraid. I was very afraid of drugs because I saw what it did to my family. I mean, the heroin and the crack really hurt my family. And
Yes, it hurts a lot of
so,
families.
right. So I was just like, no. So I didn't drink alcohol. I went to the club. I went to the club because I like to dance. That was my talent. When it
Right.
came to dance, I could dance. Now, my sister and brothers, they had the singing. If you ask me to sing or die, I'm going to die because I can't sing.
Oh,
But now, dance, I was a dancer, a straight up dancer. And that's why I went to the club. So it was always very difficult for me to befriend women
yeah.
because they saw things in me I didn't see and I didn't understand it. And they, I wasn't conceited because they say things to me that I just didn't think of. I, and so it's always been difficult for me. Number one, I always was deceived by them because they knew if they called me, can you give me $20? I'm giving it to you. I'm coming. Oh, okay, I'm coming. I'm the
Well,
chippy
let
girl.
me ask you some
So it
questions.
made me angry later because I just got tired of it. So now it's like,
Hmm.
I don't just deal with them. I'm like, you know what? I'm tired of it. Or they would want to hang with me, and I was so happy, but they didn't want to be with me. They wanted one of my brothers, so they came to me. I got all the boys, but I'm like, what am I my brother for? You don't want me. So I got to the point where, you know what? You're not here to see me. You're here to
Wow.
see my brother. So when they would come over and they think they're coming to be with me at my house, and I
Mhm.
would look and I would just leave. I'm like, it's like, why did she leave? I'm like, well, you didn't come to be with me. You came to me because you want my brother. So now I'm gonna leave y'all here, and I would leave. That's how it was. I'm like, you don't want to be friends with me. You want to be friends with me because you want my brother. So I'm gonna leave, and I would leave them right there with my brother. And my brother be like, it's all right. You come in and sit down. You know how men do the
He
house.
didn't care if you. In
So,
fact, he preferred you to
so
leave.
I just said, you
But,
know what? I don't trust him no more. I'm done.
well, let's
I'm
get into
done.
the sister part, and I want to talk to you. And if the sister is still here, I'd like to also get her feedback, her input.
Yeah,
It's
so it's
valuable.
your turn now.
Who?
But we don't stick together. We hate each other. We don't support
Well,
each other. You know,
let's talk about
we
the
don't.
whys. Why do we do that?
Well, number one, from in YouTube, I could say
This
I
is a
never.
great read. Yes, let's
Yeah.
use.
And
Social
YouTube,
media,
social media.
how we interact with each other. Yeah, let's talk about that. Women
It's because
exclusively.
okay, we say leave your religious beliefs to side, okay, and we could probably do something. That ain't true because when you disagree with somebody, they can't take that shit. When like my biggest thing is okay, Moors. Let's just put that out there. I don't like what they do to the uh uh judicial system. I don't like I can't get with that shit, putting liens on people and all this bullshit. So I hate it. I think it's just horrible. And so I don't clash. I clash when I'm real bad because I don't like going to put things. I just can't do that. I
Okay.
think it's wrong. So that's one thing. Religious beliefs is the major thing. I'm not joining nobody's religion. And then you get like the Hebrews. They want to change you. These cult like religions. Don't wear lipstick. Don't wear eyelashes. Look, we got a right to do what we want. You don't
Right.
fuck. You don't come to me. All right, are we here for business or are we here for you to tell me how I should be? First of all, check the chicks in your life. I'm not in love with you. I'm not your woman.
Oh,
I
no,
ain't
that's
shitting
right.
you.
Wow.
So that's another thing.
But you going into the men now. Let's get back to the sisters. Let me ask you
I'm
some
saying the
questions.
sisters, you know.
Can I ask you? May I ask you some questions
Oh,
and then you answer?
oh
So
yeah.
let's talk about. You gave us some background. I'll give some background quickly on myself. I always had sisters and girl cousins and sisters, older sister and a younger sister, and girl cousins who are always older than me. They were always the bomb. I told Sister Bethy, and I'm not capping. I love women, and I'm a heterosexual woman. Sister Bethy reminds me of the way my family women are, the ones who are supposed to be my peers. I look up to them. I admire them. I want to be next to them. I don't want to be them, but I want to feed on this energy like we move together. It feels good to be around women who are strong and beautiful and intelligent. I'm going to do this. This is the stuff I do that people say, don't do that. But the sister here, the DeBomb sister, the DeBomb mom, I don't know her. We had a moment with each other, right? It was heated, but I like women like her. I like women who are well-rounded and very strong and they stand their ground. I don't think it's anything personal against me. I hope it isn't. See, that's where we start getting in our head. I'm going to say it's nothing personal against me, right? But I like beautiful women who are smart, who take a stand. But the thing is, I want to be friends with those women, and we all want to be friends, right? But we have put barriers between each other. Like Sister Bethy should put a barrier between me and, you know what I'm saying? Because of our past, where there's always this competition. You understand? I'm gonna hand it over to you, DeBomb, but I'm gonna say this. I'm the type of woman where I know I am absolutely 100% sure that I am right at the top, but I'm not, I don't want to be at the top by myself. I'll say this again. Being at the top by myself isn't my goal. I like sitting at the top with all the other women who say, yeah, you belong here.
Mm-hmm.
And that allows me to look at them and go, damn, I belong here with you. And they say, you belong here with me. And then they look at me and say, no, I belong here with you. So we don't have to be an echo chamber, and we also don't have to fight and scratch each other's eyes out, and only one of them sitting on top of all of us.
And let me just say,
I want to pass it on over to you.
Go there earlier. I felt like you were taking a jab at me when you did that, and I just was like, no. But you know,
I might have taken a jab at you, but it doesn't matter. I still think you are worthy.
Yeah, I think you're worth it too, and I love you as
I love you too.
A beautiful part of me. So thank you.
You see what just happened right here? This is, I'm getting goosebumps. We don't have to agree.
It's my energy.
We can even offend each other. we can even be like, oh, really? I'm the one. You're not the. But at the end of the day, we look at each other and we say, no, you're the one, and I'm the one, and that's why we're sitting up here. And check this out. We don't click up like that. We bring others up. We bring
exactly.
Yes. So that's what we want. But guess what? That's sad. I'm getting emotional because we can't seem to do that. And I'm going to ask both of you.
We can. We are.
Why can't we do that?
It may not seem like we made a lot of progress, but we are. We are each day at a time. People are starting to see that it's consistent. The love is consistent. Everything is consistent, and they feel safe. It's because people don't feel safe. They have those boundaries up, and they have to. I've got them up now too. Once you've been treated a certain way for so long, then it comes a point where you say, no more am I going to let you take from me, because my cup overflows. And as long as I'm pouring into me, I'm overflowing into everybody else. And I love all of me, because I know we're one earth. Everybody's a little piece of me, but I'm the one to check a little piece of me too.
That's right.
You know, I know you're a part of me. And I'm glad that we got through.
I'm glad that we just had a little, you know what's
Yeah, it's fine.
Let me say this too, that this is, now let's get into the for the sisters out there. Then the madness is not just, I'm not saying male or female energy. I'm going to say there's an energy just in itself where they say, oh, I know these women aren't getting together. Oh, hell no. Too much power. I have to come in now and start pulling one of them to Sister Bethy. Come over here, though. I want to tell you, you know that the bomb, you know, she likes to eat raccoon stew and feed it to the homeless. You know what I'm saying? Or I made something funny. Or they'll say, oh, the bomb. No, you know, Napah, she likes to eat babies. And you heard her say she likes circumcision. You know, she was circumcision. She was doing circumcision with her teeth. And the point that I'm making is because they don't, it's not that they really believe it. It's because they hate to see the women come together.
Right.
With the power. And that's the part.
But that's women in general that do that. You could be having, see me the way I was when I was younger, even in high school. And I still am that way today. I cannot stand when, if I'm say like me and the bomb is friends, right? Or right. And this is just ha-has, because this is very real. It's some real shit. And I love the bomb mom, right? We're close and we're tight, right? And then the bomb mom said, oh, I know you ain't with Napah. I'm done. I can't fuck with you. I'm like, okay, hold up. You're not going to pick my friends. That's always been me. I don't give, I don't know what the problem is with you and Napah, but Napah has always been nice to me. So what you've been through with Napah, I didn't go through that. When I met Napah, she was very supportive of me when I first went on Sinetta's channel, and I didn't even know her. But it was something in her that she came out and said, oh no, she right, you can see that. And I'm like, she didn't even know me, but it was something in her spirit that jumped in and defended me. So she's always been nice to me. She's never did anything to me but be nice to me. So I can't be mean to her and dislike her like you do. So now,
let me jump in and let me tell you something. Wait, I gotta interrupt my friend.
That's how it goes.
Hold on, Sister Bethy. Let me say this too, DeBomb. Even though I absolutely disagreed with her on a lot of stuff she was saying. But guess what? I'm getting emotional right now. Guess what? I disagreed with her very, very strongly on some of the stuff, not all of it, but some stuff she was saying, like the stuff about, the slave trade. However, I saw, they saw me do this. Oh Lord, they'll say, freeze it. Napah did the 666. I saw something bigger. I said, they're attacking a woman who is minding her business. She's believing what she wants to believe. She's studied what she wants to study. And I gotta shout out to my sister Gemini the goddess and Sakina Ra. You know what? We got a tribe. There's B1, there's Native Americans, there's American Indians, there's whatever. But what about the woman? Why don't we say, you're not going to do this to the women? So that's why with Sister Bethy, I just wanted to say, I loved her energy. I saw a lot of herself in me. I see myself in you, DeBomb. You know, when you said, "Oh, you got the one," I said, "No, no, honey, you got the one." You took my line because that's what. And that's the beautiful part where we have to say, instead of saying who she thinks she is, Sister Bethy's going to come in here and be beautiful and be brown and be teaching. That's my territory. Instead, I'm like,
and smart and got facts and
yeah. And so I just say, I got to stand up for her. And even when I just look, you know how many women are looking at this right now saying, "No, please hate Napah. She's a bitch.
Yeah.
She thinks she's fine."
Yeah, and that's something I just
same thing to me.
cannot vibe with. Like, say, like I'm friends with you, and you say, "Oh, why you with her? She gonna dog you out." I'm like, "No, she did that to you, according to you.
But
She's been nice to me. I don't see that." And women get upset with you
they hate
when
that.
you don't see an
Yeah.
individual the way they do, and I hate that. So I think that's why I spend a lot of my time by myself, because
Yeah.
I can't do that. I
But
just
let me
can't
say
do
this,
it.
Sister Bethy and DeBomb and all the sisters. I learned something. I don't, okay, oh, this is perfect. Oh my gosh. I'm so, when I talk to Bethy and I'm building with her, I finally got to really start really talking to her, and here I am. But there are things or people that I see her associate with who I've had issues with. One thing I learned not to ever do is get on the phone. If I really love her and I want her to be my friend, I'm not gonna get on the phone and start talking about, "Ooh, well, I saw your friends with so and so," because that's gonna put her in a position, like she said, where she feels like, "Damn, now you're trying to make me. I like you, but you're trying to stop me from being friends with my other friend." So I don't come in and just be like, "Oh, you I see you're friends with so and so, Twilight Sparkle, but you know Twilight Sparkle used to be my friend, and Twilight Sparkle was I saw her outside my house turning tricks or something." Like, I'm being funny, but I'm being serious.
Right.
But what we do want to do too, and I'm gonna ask DeBon Mom, I want to hear from you. What about when you really are sisters with that person, and you know they're in danger? I want to know how you move. I know how I move. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see your
I'm real
friend.
protective. I'm real protective. I jumps off.
Yeah. So what do you say? What about what she said, Sister Bethy? Like, if you see her with somebody who you know, see, how do we determine if someone's dangerous? You might not like them, but how do you determine, oh, sister, that person's dangerous for you? You know what I mean? I'm going on the other side with Sister
You would have to
Bethy.
have some. You would have to. I don't know. Somebody would have had to hurt somebody. If you know that you've seen they've hurt somebody, then they're dangerous. Is that what you're saying?
No, yeah. That's how you define. I that's a good definition. They've harmed someone.
Yeah, then you know that they are capable of harm.
So
I'm considered dangerous because just as sweet and loving as I am, I'm the polar opposite when it's time to go into protective mode. When it's time to fight, I'm a demon. I walk like a god most days.
Don't wait. You're a demon. That's what my name is. They hate. Let me tell you something, DeBon Mom. My name literally means demon, and they go and they say, "See, she's a witch. She calls herself a demon." My name, Shadah. I was like, because a demon meaning, but you work for. You're the demon that works to harm those who try to harm, right? Or no?
I'm protective. I'm gonna be I'm a good witch.
Are we gonna ask some? What is your sign?
I'm Aries, fire.
I knew you were an Aries. Don't tell me you're April Aries, because I'm gonna leave right now.
I'm April 9th.
Bye. I gotta go, everybody. Good
No,
night. I knew you were April. I was gonna say April 8th.
my mother and sister are Aries, both of them
My
April
mother's
11th
April
and
8th.
April 16th.
My
And
mother's April 8th. You
my
go ahead.
niece is April 8th.
And my husband is April 6th. Those are that's why I knew how to see. I felt that they will destroy you, but they love you, but they definitely do not play. But you know one thing about Aries, though, they'll sit back and go, now what did I burn up?
And we change, we grow over time, we heal. And as a healed Aries, I'm not as toxic as I used to be. So
I wouldn't say Aries are
but
toxic.
some sisters don't grow up. I mean, they're in groups, and they stay in groups, and I'm like, okay, we now in high school. Some women, what I find why we can't get together and really vibe is because a lot of them still have high school minded, low vibrational behavior. They still think like from high school, like, oh, I ain't hanging with her. And their reasons, they don't have real reasons other than, from what I see, oh, because she's pretty. Why? It's jealousy. And I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous. And I'm like, why are you worried about the way she looks? Because she's pretty. So because she's pretty, you got to call her a whore, or she's sleeping with this person just because she's talking with all that. They're all that, and you don't even know them. Okay.
Right.
Me, and I, that this is how women think. And even at my age, girl, even at my age, it doesn't stop. So that's another major reason why a lot of women don't get along. And then you got the group that will talk you out of your husband or out of your man. Like, you need to leave him. No. That's the worst thing you can do, is give somebody advice about their man or their husband. Because 2 to 1, they already fucking know.
Yep.
They already know. And I see that all the women that give other women advice about their man or want to tell them, they're all single.
Oh.
And then you wonder why they're all single. And so I said, I just can't. It's just difficult. And you can't, even if you tell that person how beautiful they are, no matter how much you tell them how beautiful they are, how genuine they are, because you didn't go to their side, they don't care how how your heart feels about them. They don't give a fuck.
No.
As long as if you conform to the way they are, they will accept you, no matter how you think they're beautiful and all this. They don't give a fuck about that.
Right. And I want to say this.
You.
Let me,
This is why I can't be with that. But before we go any further, because y'all, we're in our 3rd hour, Napah, let me put the link in the chat for sisters to come on up here, because calling all sisters now, because this is sisterhood hour, and the brothers can listen, because I'm gonna have brotherhood. On the pen. I'm gonna have that vibe. So the link is now in the chat for all sisters. I see y'all out there, Rod. Come on up.
Sakina Rod, that's my sister.
Anybody, the link is pinned to the top now. The panel is open.
To you real quickly before I forget. You know how you said it doesn't matter when we say jealous, we all get triggered. I'm gonna be honest. When somebody says you're jealous of me, I'm like, what's the thing we always respond? Jealous of what?
Right.
But
like,
guess
why?
What? I have the answer. You can be prettier than me and still be jealous of me. I can be prettier than the next woman and be jealous of her. The thing that they're jealous of, remember I said this on the phone, Bethy, they are jealous of the attention and the love and adoration that another woman gets. That woman can be
crazy to me, though.
Woman. She can be half. I see you. I know you. I want you to go into bomb, but I'm because you get what I'm saying. They can. The woman cannot be as pretty physically. She might not be, but the thing is, she sees that other woman gets more attention, more adoration for male and female. People love that person. That's why they always go around. Well, her breath stinks. What? It's like. So that's the jealousy. You're jealous of the attention, but go ahead. I just wanted to add that. That's what it is.
And I
That's
was gonna add
crazy to me, though.
Sister Bethy was saying you can't give people advice, and you really can't. The best thing you can try to do is teach somebody how to love themselves, because when you love yourselves fully, you don't accept certain things, and then you're no longer in those toxic relationships because you've put up the correct boundaries. To either you can fit in these boundaries, or you have to go. They don't allow it in their space anymore because they love themselves and they found peace. When you find peace, so the best thing you can do, the best advice, is to try and help someone learn to love themselves more.
Mm-hmm.
Any advice that you give, just teach them how to love themselves, would be my advice to that.
That's good advice. And then when you do that, though, sometimes they try to eat you alive. We're talking about women now.
They can't eat me alive.
Yeah.
I fight in the spirit realm. They don't want no war with me.
Okay, that's good. That's a good thing. No, that's deep. You can't fight the person. I like what you said. You have to, because I'll be the first to say I have learned the hard way. I've learned the hard way, opening myself up and even getting out of my character. You know how they say narcissists will make you do something? I'm talking about other women. They aren't necessarily a narcissist, but they do narcissistic things. And then I lose my mind, and I'm the one acting crazy. And then they sit back and go, "Oh my gosh, do you see how you ever had that? Y'all had that?"
And I want to say something else about how we're saying pretty and ugly, because my definition of pretty is anybody that houses a beautiful soul is a beautiful person.
Yes.
We are all little parts of each other. To say someone is ugly based on the physical features of how they were born, something that they cannot change, is the most ignorant form of judging what is beautiful about a person.
I love that. You know what? I'll be the first one to go in on any single thing. She can be looking like Miss America Halle Berry / Gabrielle. She can look light years beautiful to the average or the.
But how do you act? How is your
But how do you
character?
act?
How do you treat people?
And I will call
How
her
do you
ugly.
love? Those.
I will talk, but let me say, DeBomb. That's when I will start going in, which is low vibrational. I'm not gonna lie, but if somebody has tried to destroy me, and she looks gorgeous, I'm gonna
drop my vibration so quick. Drop it like it's hot.
I know.
Honey, I'm way up here, but sometimes people need to be checked, and I'm walking karma too.
Drop that bomb, Bethy.
I want to love you and I want you to heal, but sometimes you got to learn the hard way. And guess what? Now I'm the hard way.
Oh, right. Hallelujah. Keep talking. I'm listening, but y'all, my daughter's calling me like, "Mommy, what's up with dinner, though?" No, I'm just kidding. What's in the oven? I'm listening, though. I'm going to mute out and I'm going to turn my camera off, but I'm listening. This is awesome. Okay. And Sakina Ra, hit the link.
It's been to the top. I would like to hear from any other sisters in the chat why we can't get it right. I mean, for my reasons in YouTube, I just learned to stay to myself. It's safer that way. Just stay to myself. So if I stay to myself, nobody ain't got. I don't get into the gossip group. I can't stand that shit.
Me either.
I never could.
Me
I just can't do it. Some women could sit on the phone all day and just gossip. Yeah. And I'm like, this is why we can't get it right, because you don't genuinely really like somebody. you it's difficult. It's very difficult, and I don't know why it's like that with our people. It wasn't always like that. We weren't always like that. We were. Now, I'm sure in the old days there were cat fights, but back in the
I don't know
60s,
how to get my camera in.
we stuck together as women. We really did. Back in the 60s, I remember this. Like,
And the
if
70s and 80s.
yeah, in
And
the
the 90s.
70s, I'm actually the 70s because I was just a baby in the 60s. I meant the 70s. You could go next door and not even really know your next door neighbor like that. But I remember this. My grandma said, go next door and ask them for some ice. It didn't matter. And they gave you some ice. It because your ice wasn't frozen. We were like, it was like a village. It really was. So I I don't know.
I hear you.
I just think that it's just something that's never gonna happen when it comes to our people. I don't know why I have that feeling. I don't think our men are ever gonna come together. I don't
Because
think
you see slow progress. But remember, like when I first met you, like how your channel's grown since I first met you. Like I see you, how far you've come, and it's just slow progress. But you're getting there. You're getting a lot of messages out. Everybody's taking the people that are coming together. We're all doing our part, which is spreading. It's spreading, whether you might not see it. It's just like gradual weight change. You know, I lost that 82 pounds and I didn't really see it until I was trying to put on clothes, and I actually got on a scale and was like, wow,
You
you
lost
know,
82 pounds?
yeah, I've been healing myself
Look
naturally.
at, let's get the sound. No, we got to
that
get
is
that. That shit's wild. You lost an entire person.
I did.
Where's the track where you clap, Sister Bethy?
I know. You know what? I thought I had that in here, but I don't.
82
I gotta
pounds
down.
in
I
how
gotta
long? A
download it. I
year?
gotta download it.
It's been about uh,
A
year.
year, right?
It's been about a year and a half
That
I
is
started really
amazing.
losing.
Bless you. Oh my
That's
God.
amazing.
Hallelujah.
Yes,
I can't
very
even lose
amazing.
20. I can't lose these 20.
It's harder when you're smaller. When you're bigger, it's easier. And I started intermittent fasting. I stopped eating meat. And I heard you say that earlier, and I was clapping for you. You know,
Yeah.
I think it may have been before I got on the panel. I'm not sure.
Oh no, that is
Yeah,
amazing.
I dropped 35 pounds.
God damn, that's good,
Yeah,
y'all. I
yeah.
need to hang out
I
with these
did.
women. Let me tell you, there's
I
a
went for my
teaching.
physical, and my
35
doctor
in
was
how long?
35
How
pounds. I
long
went
did
for
it
my
take?
physical, like 8 months, because I
What?
went. I went to my annual physical.
Wow.
Last
How
month
did
I
you
went
do
for my
that?
annual physical. Well, I was eating a lot of fruit. I eat a lot of fruit, and I drink. Girl, if I told you how much water I drink,
I drink a lot of water too. Where's my
I
water?
drink so much. See, I don't drink soda. I don't drink soda, but I drink so much water.
Water
And
all day.
oh
Water.
my God, I drink
You
It's
so
want to
much
drink
listen.
water.
water right now,
If you
damn it.
put lemon in your water and let it sit for 12 hours or more, it alkalines the water.
Oh God, I'm gonna drink.
So it's good to always have lemons just sitting in the water. Just let it sit in the water. It can alkaline tap water.
Room temperature
Yeah,
water. I do
I
not
heard
like
that.
ice water. I do not like ice water.
I don't like
Some
ice
people
water.
do.
Real quick,
Room
Bethy,
temperature.
Sister Bethy, let me interrupt you. Sakina Ra also, she's had a weight loss journey where I was applauding. It's hard to lose weight, especially as women who have had children.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to say I had to turn my camera on for that. I'm sitting here texting. Okay, I'm going to let you guys know something. I know this is a channel. Remember I said Gemini's talk too much.
This is sisterhood, girl. Go ahead.
No, there's some haters out there, but I'm still saying, not you guys,
That's
not the
okay.
panel.
Oh
I was
man,
cooking some dinner
like
and
haters.
it's taking too long. So my daughter's like, if you don't get your behind up and order me some food. No, she didn't say that, but that's what I'm doing right now. And it's
Mine
healthy
would.
food though. It's healthy. It's Greek food. because the thing that I'm in the cooking, I love meat. I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to cut back on it. But it's so good.
It took I never been a meat person. My mother always told me that when I was little. She said I could never get you to really eat meat.
My daughter doesn't like
I
meat either.
I I eat I would eat like wings, chicken wings, but I wasn't a
Oh,
meat eater. Like my brothers and my sister, they'd be ready for some meatloaf, and I'd just be like, yuck. And you know
I
what?
used to love meatloaf.
My
I love
grandson,
meat.
my twin grandsons are like that.
They
One of them,
don't like meat, or they do.
no, they won't. They don't. They'll eat chicken, but nothing else. One
That's
of my grandson, he's gonna be a vegan. I already know it
I
because he
think my
loves.
daughter is on
He's
that
like,
train.
yuck.
But the thing,
He is
that's
going to
funny
be
because
a
she's like, I'm not
vegan.
eating that in the oven anyway. I don't eat,
I think this is Yasharina. Okay, yep.
So
Hey,
what I was going
sister.
to say
Hey,
is there.
Sakina.
Hi. How
Hello.
are
You
you?
gotta bless these queens up here, these goddesses.
Thank you for
I'm
having
listening,
me.
but I'm
Thank
gonna
you
turn my
for
camera off
having
and mute
me.
out. Peace.
You
So
turn this TV off.
yeah, I think he's gonna be a vegan because he'll eat broccoli, he'll eat rice, but when he see that meat, yuck, give it to Kyle. That's his
So,
twin brother because it's Kyle and Kion. He's like, yuck, give it to Kyle.
so Sister Bethy, there's a lot of chefs that I follow, and they make all the meals that we like, but they substitute it with different things. And they've been able to recreate a lot of our favorite meals, but more healthier styles to keep you healthy because really it's not that good for your inside. Yeah, it tastes good, but at this point we want to live, and when we know that it's creating disease within us, we have to start making better choices. So we
Yeah,
can still recreate some
agreed.
of those favorite meals, but by using healthier ingredients and just teaching our kids a better way so that they can live long and you know break
I
more
agree.
curses.
I agree, but
I
when I
absolutely
went to
agree
my
with you.
physical, um, about 2 months ago, yeah, I had my annual physical. And I got on the scale. I'm like, okay, you notice the part I hate. Girl, when it ever said I'm under 200 pounds now, literally, I was 237 pounds. I said, ooh, I gotta lose this. I gotta get up. So I drink a lot of water, a lot, terribly a lot. I'm up all night going to the bathroom, but I just gotta have water.
Yeah.
And I'm under 200 pounds now. So I'm like, damn, you know how long it took me? And I really
That is
did it. It's
beautiful.
because,
That was a
well,
big
I have no choice.
accomplishment for you.
I can't eat what I used to eat before because it really literally makes me sick. I don't
Yeah.
have acid reflux anymore.
Come
I
on.
have
Ooh,
not taken
come on.
I have not taken acid reflux pill in a year now. And prior to taking acid reflux pills, I was taking them. I've been taking them for like 5 years.
Come on.
5 years. And now, I drink a lot of water. I have not had to I don't take acid reflexes no more, medicine no more. And I'm so glad. Remember when I used to have like a really hoarse voice, like 2 years ago? A real hoarse.
Well,
I
you
was always,
also had bronchitis a lot throughout that. It was like after COVID. And remember, the doctor tried to say you had COVID, but your doctor was like, "Don't let them tell you you
yeah,
got."
that was that one time though. That was that one time. It was acid reflux. And
Oh,
I have not had acid reflux medicine. I threw this shit out because I don't want to take it anyway. And so now I don't get it anymore.
good.
No
Good.
more, man. Hi,
Yeah.
Yash. I'm just gonna say yeah.
No, just say Sakina Ra. Just say
Okay,
Sakina Ra.
Sakina. What's up, Sakina?
I'm fine. How are you? How are
I'm
you?
good.
That's
Wonderful.
wonderful. That's wonderful. And how are you, Devon?
I'm doing well, baby. Thank you. How are you?
That's wonderful. This was a wonderful show. I came in late, like always. I don't know why. Listen, I've been watching this murder trial, so I'm not gonna even sit here and lie to y'all.
You what? You was watching what?
Listen, I've been watching this murder trial. It's called a suitcase murder trial,
Oh,
right?
that lady who put
Yes.
her
Listen,
husband in
I
the
watched it
suitcase.
when it happened. I ain't gonna say I watched it when it happened, but I watched it 2 years ago. And yeah, I've been watching it because now she's saying self-defense. You know, she couldn't get a lawyer. Well, she had lawyers, but she wasn't workable with.
Self-defense. She put him in there. He was begging to get out.
No, what happened was she kept firing her lawyers, and then she became like that Daryl guy, and so she wanted to be her own lawyer. So after she went through all the records, all the tapes, all the videos, all the files, and then all of a sudden she got to the point where she couldn't defend herself. So now she has a lawyer, and so now they're going for self-defense. And it's going to be kind of like based off of her being in fear. Come on now. No, this ain't.
Did she have a little husband? How did she get him?
She was little. She was 100 pounds and he was 103 pounds.
Oh, they both was little.
Right. So both of them was like being domestically violent because she was just as violent as him. However, she was the abuser. So if you go back and watch this whole case from the beginning, she was the one being the abuser. So if she was being post traumatic whatever, it would have been from her ex-husband. You know how they say PTSD?
PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder.
Okay, so if that's PTSD, that means that she had it prior to him because they only been together 3.5 years. So that post-traumatic stress would have been from something prior to that, right? Because they're trying to explain it like a military ordeal. So that would have been something that happened prior to. So anything that she having with him, saying that he would have had to re-trigger it, right? And with him going through it, because they're showing stuff that he did. Because remember, she have him in a suitcase, and so when she got him in the suitcase, he triggered her, and that's why she didn't let him out until the next morning.
How did she get him in the suitcase though? Did they ever explain?
She said they was playing hide and seek, having fun, and she zipped him up.
Are you
serious? Then all of a sudden, she thought about when he used to do this, that, and the other to her. And so that's when she decided not to let him out. And he could only get 2 fingers out. So she figured he could have let himself out. And girl, listen, I'm so upset. So I'm hoping they don't listen. This is what I've been watching.
Hide and go seek. So he died in the suitcase.
He died in the suitcase.
He couldn't kick it open
the next day.
Was it a leather?
The next day, about 12 o'clock, about 1 o'clock, she went downstairs.
And how old is the man?
I think they were in their 40s, late 30s, 40s.
Well, honey, he deserved to be right in that suitcase if he let her zip him up.
They were both drunk. They were both drunk, but
they were drunk.
They were both drunk. But
she wasn't of sound mind.
He wasn't either. You see what I'm saying? But we just not gonna kill somebody and then say it wasn't intentional when we were drunk, and then all of a sudden now he had you scared to death because you beat the shit out of him in a suitcase. Excuse my language. And now all of a sudden you knew if you let him out the suitcase, he was gonna kill you.
We don't know what he put that woman through. If she had to react like that, honey,
she ain't had to react like that. Listen here, if you got him in a suitcase and beat him like that, and then all of a sudden you were scared if you let him out, he was gone.
He got in there. So I'm not mad at her at all because he got in the suitcase.
Whatever he was gonna do once you let him out, that's because of what you did when he got in.
She might have kept beating him up.
So therefore, that had to be intentional. We're not gonna play with it like that now. Come on. You knew once you zipped him in, and once you picked up that bat.
You said zipped him in.
I'm so mad right now. Listen here. I couldn't have been in no jury. I'm mad right now. I'm ready to liberate myself. I just want to take everybody's pen and go in there
God.
and just be like,
Oh my
"Give me your
goodness.
hand." Give me
What
your
state
hand.
is this in? What state is this in? Please don't say Connecticut.
I
Because
believe
we already got
listen, it
the
only can happen in
we
Florida.
already got the wood chipper.
Only
Okay.
in
In
Florida.
Connecticut.
Listen, I
Okay.
don't know. I believe it's in Ohio. I believe. You know,
Damn.
I believe it's in Ohio though. Look, who Ebony? You seen it, Ebony? She said she was out. Listen, where is that, Ebony? I need some help tonight.
This is crazy.
It is. It really is, y'all. Listen here. I done seen some of the most ridiculous crimes out here that it's amazing.
And that brings us back to when we were talking earlier about them letting off these created beings into society, and now we got all this weird stuff going on.
Listen, what kind of created beings?
When we were talking about the incubator babies and the
you missed the whole show.
I thought you talking about like pinto beans and you said beans.
She said
pinto beans.
Created beings.
I love y'all.
I can't with you. She said pinto beans.
I had to turn my camera on. I need to say this, ladies. I love you all, especially Bethy for bringing us all together. I gotta go, but I'm still listening.
Okay,
I thought you had, but wait a minute. You was talking to me on the part about a weekly show, ladies, or something.
Yes. We're gonna bring back the sit down. Look at Sonette in the chat talking about, baby, can you go ahead and get off the panel? I'm starving to death. No, but yes, the whole panel here, even DeBomb, I would love to have you come to my sister. I'm starting my sip down again. I have a show. Sakina knows the show. It's called The Sip Down. And I just want to have regular, it's going to start back up. It's going to be regular every week. I look at Ebony Knowledge talking about, she's laughing out loud. It's going to be every week. And we have guests on and we interview them. And I love when there's not an echo chamber. You don't know, DeBomb. You don't know the power what you did for this panel. I love when it's not I like an echo chamber, but it's better when it's not an echo chamber. When Sakina and I have bumped heads in the history. That's my sister. I love her. That's the queen. And Bethy, you haven't bumped heads with me, but I've said some stuff that you absolutely don't agree with about slavery.
Slavery. Right, I don't.
No, but the point that I'm making is, and then when DeBomb mom, she's like, I am absolutely against circumcision. And I like that. And that's what I want for my panel. So what I'm saying, I'm a Gemini, so I do talk a lot. What I'm saying is the people on the panel, I want you to keep me in touch with DeBomb. I want to come back over here. I want to talk. I want to build, because we're going to bring the sip down back. The sip down is hard. DeBomb.
I'm down for
the sit down first off.
I'm off every weekend.
What?
I'm off every weekend, and I'm off by 5 mostly every day except for Tuesday.
Oh, definitely. One of the requirements is you have to have a very, very powerful goddess mind, and you have to be fine as hell to be on my panels. Another thing I want to talk about sisterhood. Some women like to surround themselves about sisters that they think are not like they like to surround themselves with somebody that say, oh, my man would never want to be with her. Me, I like to have beautiful women around me.
I like beautiful auras, beautiful.
But hold on, you're too deep right now. I'm talking about looks. I like to have fine women around me. You know why? Because beauty is, like you said, beauty comes from deep within, and it actually makes your physical look.
Yeah, it does.
Look. So I know when we all look good, it makes me look better. I know this formula. I've used to model for years. I could be I call it the boy band, not the girl band, the boy band philosophy. You know how there's always that one guy that doesn't look good, but the rest of them in the band are fine.
Oh my goodness, that's the one.
I'm the one that says, look, we're all fine, so I know I'm fine. No, I'm kind of playing around, but my point
But you're
is,
supposed to feel confident about yourself.
Right. I
And,
get
and
that
you,
though.
you're supposed to feel confident within yourself,
yes,
and you don't let nobody hurt you.
anybody, and
Yeah.
that's another
You
thing
know,
they
try
tell
to
me.
make you feel ugly, and you're not.
They
You're
try
really
to make me
beautiful.
feel ugly all
I
the
think
time,
e-
Bethy.
I think
That's a
everybody's, all of
projection.
us, we got to help each other better, because
Yes,
it's so many women. Sometimes a lot of us women do things. We do it because we're in a lot of pain and don't really have nobody they could trust to talk to, and
yes,
that that's so important, and we just got to figure out ways to help each other better,
yeah.
because
But there's a
people
lot of
can think
betrayal. That's why.
yeah, people misjudge you. They judge you by your outside. They don't know what kind of pain somebody's in. A lot of people are very good at hiding pain, because you see them laughing all the time. Like me, I've always been very good at hiding pain,
Wow.
because I don't have nobody to talk to but Willie. But there's some things that you don't want to talk to your old man about,
They
you
can't
know?
relate.
And right, you can't tell them everything. You really need, like, the girlfriends that I truly have, and I'm keeping it a buck, there are like 10 and 20 years older than me. So if I say, let's go out, my ideal girlfriend here in Connecticut, like friend to go out, or even if it's just to go to the grocery store, they're in their 70s. They're like my mother's age.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Let me ask a question real fast.
Oh
Do
yeah, and the bar when you go, yeah, I could stay because she can help us out.
I'm gonna be listening still. It's just a food issue. I came straight
Okay.
from work here because I had to be here. Let me tell you
Yeah.
how much Bethy loves you, her audience. I said, I know Bethy has a lot of love and respect for me, which is I reciprocate that. But I was like, Bethy, I'm running kind of late. Can we push it back? She's like, absolutely not. I can't do that to them. And I was like, wow. I appreciate
Only Napah ain't telling you everything. Me and Napah talked this morning about 9 o'clock this morning.
and I was late for my appointment because we were getting so deep. But my point is that's how much I respected that. I was like, okay, I'm gonna push it. I'm gonna try to make it. But now I'm behind on some stuff. You know, dinner's important, but
Yeah.
but now that I heard you guys motivated me even more. My son, he does a lot of, he's a personal trainer. He was 300, he's playing football. He was 300
Wow.
pounds. He's 107. Wait, no, he's 180 pounds now. And he did it,
Wow.
but he did it in like over a year. Y'all telling me how you did it.
How
And
old is he?
he's young. I was gonna say it's harder for women who are after they've had children postpartum. Even if you're young, if you've had a baby, your body changes. So I'm really thrilled about that. I do want to say this real quickly about looks. You know, they always say I'm bald because I love wigs. I love them. And I say, they call me Napah the bald head. They call me bald head ho. They even made a song, Bald Head Ho, about me. And I said, okay, first off, I'm not bald, but what if I was bald? How is that gonna, you're not gonna make me think I'm not pretty. Stop trying. That's what they do when they keep on talking about you. That's all they do. They checked out my gaps at the bottom. I think my gaps are cute. I got a couple
They
gaps.
try to find any little thing to pick you apart.
That's right. That's right.
Still glow, still shine.
Yeah,
That's
this is
right.
why we gotta help each other
That's
better.
right.
We
That's
Yes,
right.
so
gotta work
I
on
want to let
helping
you
each
know
other
that when
better.
I'm
That's why I
talking
was
about,
bald headed, because I wear braids. But I said, oh no, I literally took my braids out. I got a big poofy
you have a
afro,
big
like
afro.
I
But
know,
what if
like
you
Michael
didn't have an
Jackson.
afro? What about the
know,
sisters out there who are
and I just
suffering with alopecia and they've damaged their hair or they've got a lot of problems?
yeah,
I told them, and I tell them, I said, look, I show my hair, I do what you do, I show my hair, but I say, but guess what? This hair, if I could lose, we could lose our hair. We could
yeah,
we could get in an accident. We could lose anything, but I'm still going to be beautiful. I'm gonna be
right.
fine. I'm
That's
gonna be
right.
fine. And y'all are all fine. I love you, beautiful women, beautiful sisters. And I'm going to come back and do this one more time. And then I'm going to start my sit down, and I want to see. Watch.
Yeah, you gotta start your sit down because I'm gonna be coming over there. I like to go.
You're going to be a part of it, and
I'm trying to get Candace to come on my channel,
who's
and that'll
Candace?
be Candace Owens.
Oh, Candace, of course.
Yeah.
Candace Owens is a sister who she is very, very
Young, bright, and beautiful.
Opinionated, and she will not budge. So peace to my brother Asaram Ka, James Davis, Ebony Knowledge. I see you out there, sister. Peace and love. Keep the panel going. I got to get this food. And Sonetters, when I get off of here, Sonetters, he's an Aries to bomb mom. He's gonna say, you didn't get off when I told you to get off.
You say you're a Gemini, and
his ribs hitting his back.
Children.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Okay, let me tell you. Let me flex on my my
She's supposed to be getting off. I know Sinetta is having a
No, he's fine.
Sinetta, I just want you to know it's not my fault, Sinetta.
When he hears that Sonetta is so prejudiced, when he hears about an Aries, they could do no wrong. It's like he loves people who say they're Aries. But let me tell you about Geminis and Aries. That is some strong love.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Lots of love, but a lot of fire, a lot of headbutting, a lot of we can get on
because they both know everything. You can't tell them nothing. Nothing. I grew up with Aries, my mother and my only sister.
You didn't catch that, did you? You said you can't tell them nothing, and then I said that's not true.
You can't.
Get it? You couldn't tell me anything.
My mother, oh my goodness. Aries, I know about every zodiac sign.
But my mother is April 8th.
That's Aries.
She is so loving. I love my mama.
They are, but
they drive me crazy. I don't know if the bomb. Sonetta and I have had some, Sakina, we've had some moments on the air. Almost rivaling what you and I almost had. But see, I sat back and I said, I'm more forgiving with women than I am with men. I am more forgiving with women than I am with men. And my husband, we have had some knockdown, drag out moments on the streams. But at the end of the day, we bring it in. Come on, give me some love. Bring it in.
Come on. Because I don't think y'all see Aries are I think they're more informative, more than I think y'all see them, right? Because y'all
they're not as emotional as we see them.
No, they are emotional.
Sonetta's emotional, right, but
they have to be heard completely out, right, with their information, and y'all don't give them that, right? And so when y'all get them horns, then y'all mad, and so that's when y'all mad. Y'all don't get that part. So Rams are not necessarily like that. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right.
They're not necessarily like that, but because y'all don't let them be heard, then when you get them horns, then y'all mad. You see what I'm saying?
With that said, I'm gonna go off and listen. I love you, sisters. Peace to the panel.
Napah. Love you, sis.
Thank you so much. I'm still listening though, Queens.
Love you too.
All right. Well, this was the only piece I wanted to add because I forgot whatever y'all was saying, but when y'all be talking about when we could, y'all don't have this person and to talk to and all this other stuff, and when you have a lot of sisters, and because like you got older sisters. I heard you say that, Sister Bethy.
Only got one older sister.
Okay,
that's it, and the rest 12 boys.
Okay. Oh,
yeah, 12 brothers. I grew up in a house with all of my brothers.
Peace, brother Sonetta. I wanted to say that because I saw him in the chat. As well as everybody else in the chat too, yes. And the bomb, where do you fall at with siblings and sisters?
I have one brother. He's in the chat. He who enlightens.
Yeah. Oh, he's a sweetheart too.
So, because I'm the baby girl. I only have an older sister as well, and I have brothers, right? And I do have a younger brother, but you can't tell him that, right?
What state are you in?
I'm in North Dakota.
Wow.
Yes, I'm in North Dakota. Right. Um, it's
North
cold.
Dakota?
Yes, it's getting cold up
You
here.
were born out there and
Oh
raised?
no. I was born in Chicago. I was raised between Illinois and Michigan.
Oh, okay.
And then I ended it off in Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Wow. Whoa, Midwest.
Yeah. All day, every day.
So you spent most of your life in North Dakota, or
No, I just got here recently. I've been here about 3 years now.
you
Almost.
like it?
No, I'm going I'm leaving next year.
Really? You don't know you don't have a lot of people out there.
No, I got 2 daughters here, but we leaving. My daughter,
Oh,
she want to be a traveling nurse. She'll be
okay.
a nurse for a while, and then she'll stop and do something else, and then she'll go back to nursing. And so,
Uh,
yeah, she ready to leave. I'm ready to leave too. It's too cold. It's
wow.
absolutely freezing.
North Dakota. Wow.
Yeah, it's almost igloo weather. Yeah.
Dang. I have a good friend, her and her daughter. It was like the biggest move. I don't know how they did it, but from New York to Australia. That's a huge move. I'm like,
Yes.
wow. And it stays daylight. And the way they're telling me how they sleep. And I'm like, so
Oh,
at
yeah, blackout
midnight, it's
curtains.
still daylight.
Yeah,
So y'all
once
go
you
to
get
sleep?
blackout curtains. Yeah, when they get blackout curtains, then it's real.
It's dark all day, right?
Yeah, when about this time of year, when the time go back, then about winter time they get the same months of darkness than they do in the summertime, right? They go through that same little thing. So yeah, they have to get the blackout curtains, and the blackout curtains are amazing because in the summertime you get the blackout curtains, and your house will be just as
Cool.
and dark, shady looking.
Do y'all have long winters in North Dakota?
Oh yeah, pretty much. So I'm when I go to Wisconsin, depending on when I go, especially when they don't have snow toward us, because Minnesota get it bad too with the snow.
Right.
And so it snows here up till May, almost like in Colorado. But
May?
it snows in Colorado up till June. It can snow in Colorado in June.
It's that cold out there in Colorado? I thought it was warm.
No, but in Colorado it can snow in the morning, and by noon it been melted, and it'd be nice outside.
Oh goodness.
Yeah.
You know what? This make me not want to go nowhere now. South Carolina is hot as hell.
Yeah. But it could snow in May, just like the first part of it, and then it just tap out and it'd be hot just that quick. So yeah, but it can snow in April. Yeah,
They must get sick a lot with the weather changing like that. Do they?
They they like that polar bear stuff and all that. Like they do the polar bear, they do that in Wisconsin too, where they do polar bear, where they all go get down to their swimsuits and go jump in the lake. They call it Polar Bear Fest. You ain't never heard of that?
No, but here in Connecticut, they do like a cause, and it's in the dead cold winter. They run in their underwears. They run in the water, but they get a lot of money to do that. It's like
it's called Polar Bear Fest.
Okay.
Yeah, that's called Polar Bear Fest. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I just can't. They run, and it's like the ice challenge. I was not doing that.
Yeah.
But they literally run in the water. It'd be like it'd be like 20 degrees outside, and then they'll run in the water and do it for the whatever cause they're having.
The Polar Bear Club. They do the Polar Fest. I think they call it Polar Fest.
You ever did it?
What?
She said, "Oh heck no."
She said, "What?"
part of the Cocoa Butter Club.
Oh, she said, "What?"
Right.
I'm cold just thinking about it because I got my window cracked.
You see what I'm saying?
But we're working on how to. We really are, yeah. I mean, Sakina,
right.
trying to get sisters to, just like, I don't know. It's tough to get sisters. It's easier for the men. They vibe quick. It's us. We don't.
Come on.
And it's like the men won't make no moves unless we do. They're waiting on. It's literally they're waiting. To me, based on what I see, they're waiting on us to pull it together. We can't. They didn't throw the towel in because they know it's matriarch is the power. And I believe they're not going to make any moves because they don't know how. They're waiting on us because we always led them. And I really think that if we pull together, they will follow.
True. But
It's us. It seems like it's us holding the men up from pulling themselves together. I think that's what it is. What you think?
I'm gonna agree with you, but we still saying that this is the misconception of perception, because when we say strong women, then the strength of a woman gets misunderstood or misrepresented, because I want to say this right, because sometimes when you have strong women, then some of these strong women challenge men. Did that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, and
Yes.
so now we have a problem. You see what I'm saying? And so now you have too much of this thing going on in the house where you feel like you just as much masculine as this person is. You see what I'm saying? Where I don't need you.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Or I might want you, but I don't need you, and all this other. You know what I'm saying? And there's no more. We don't understand the yin and yang within both, and why I need you and why I want you. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes.
We trying to say if
the balance.
You see what I'm saying? If he even tries to be a little bit soft, right, then all of a sudden he got to be a punk. Or if she too hard, then she challenging you for real, for real. Do you see what I'm saying?
It's the ego.
You see what I'm saying? So and then we also, I be trying to explain that we too busy trying to prove something to people. And most of the time when you're trying to prove them wrong, you proving them right. When the only person you need to prove it to is yourself. And I say this to my kids most of the time because those are the ones that I raise. So if I speak to anybody else, if I don't tell them the same thing I tell my children, right, then what am I telling them? You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
All right. So if mama be proud of my children, no matter what they do, especially when they doing the right thing. That's how I raise them, right? So prove it to you. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm going to be proud of you by doing the best you can. Right? If you out here just thinking, I can't do it, and you're not going to try, then you're never going to do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, what matters the most is that you're proud of you. So get up and do something
Exactly.
you're proud of.
Right.
That's who
Right.
you proving it to.
Yeah.
You're
Mm-hmm.
proving it to you. You're not proving it to me. You're not even doing it for me.
That's
You're
what I
doing
tell
it
my
for you.
children.
You're
Do what
proving it for
makes you
you.
proud, and
There you
I'm
go.
always gonna be proud of you.
See
Do
what I'm
what makes
saying?
you proud. Yes.
And so
Right.
by doing that for you and not trying to prove it to nobody else, right? And see, that's
Mhm.
what makes your dollars feel good. That's
Right.
what makes everything about you feel good.
Mm-hmm.
And because you feel good, I feel even better.
Yes, because now we all feel good. Nobody's hating on each other. Everybody's loving
Right.
themselves,
You
so they're
see?
able to come full when they love somebody else.
And so
Right.
this is how we got to keep, right, rebuilding what's
Mhm.
broken. But everybody want to just pick up and go and build anew, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm only going back to my stuff where it's at.
Mm-hmm.
Because I went to go get it, but somebody tried to jip me out my money.
Mm.
So you're right.
Mm.
So no, I'm just going to go back because it's too cold here. I can't live in an igloo. I gotta go. You see what I'm
No,
saying?
I know what you mean. I know what
Right.
you mean.
So this is
You
why we
gonna
gotta
go? Are you
do.
gonna go back to your home state, Chicago, or
No,
in the
I'm going back.
north?
I
Or,
was in North Carolina. I'm gonna try. I don't know if I'm gonna go there because my daughter's trying to go to Virginia, and so
Virginia's nice.
yeah, I
Virginia's
don't know
nice.
about
I like
the
Virginia. I
Protestants.
really do. Huh?
The Protestants.
I do like. I do. You know what? I like Virginia. I I went there a lot of years back and forth from Connecticut with my daughter's father's family. They drive to Virginia like it's only an hour away. Me,
Really?
I'd be in tears if I had to drive because I'm not a driver.
Oh, I love to
I'm
drive.
crying after 1 hour of driving.
Oh, really?
Oh my God,
No,
I
I
do not
love to drive.
drive.
I'm a
Some
sightseer.
people just do. Some people just do love driving. Me, I hate to drive. I mean,
Stop and take breaks.
Yeah,
Get out, stretch. Because if you
yeah.
do a long drive, it can be tiresome.
you like driving?
I like sightseeing though. You know,
I
I like
don't.
to
I
see.
don't mind going on an adventure, but I do need breaks.
See, I panic with driving. I can't drive long because mountains scare me. And it's because it's big. And when I see them, oh my goodness, I suck. I do not need to be on the wheel driving distances.
You know what else?
I try to
They
find the roadway. If
disturb
I can
them.
drive from here to New York, I take the roadway.
No, they disturb them. Let me tell you
um,
something. The first time I rode through the mountains, I did not know until in the morning that they got signs that say, beware of falling rocks.
What?
Yes.
From
Because
wait
they
on the
done
highway?
they disturb these mountains by digging through them to make holes for 4 and 5 miles so you can drive through these mountains. So guess what? Just like you have avalanches in the snow, girl, if you climb on my decimal, move. And just like you can do that in the snow, these rocks fall off these mountains. So you got to be
But
aware.
just on the highway when you're driving?
Yes, yes. So they have maybe a mile between them, but that ain't got nothing to do with a rock falling off a mountain and hitting you on top of the car and knocking all of everything you live for loose.
Oh, that's scary.
Yes, and they steady
is.
digging in them. But I'm just saying, it's a beautiful
Mm.
sight, and you be going through them. And if you don't got AT&T, then they don't hear you yet. So your phone, listen
Well,
here.
what are they
Wow.
digging for?
Freedom just to get through the other side. Listen, so you can drive through. So you can drive through the tunnel. So you can drive through the mountain to get to the other side. Otherwise, you have to drive around them. And the reason why that's how you was able to drive around the mountains and up and through them because those mountains were honestly probably just solid rocks. And this is why you can go through them and around them. It took probably years or so. They still doing it now. But That's why they like that, right? Probably the Grand Canyon, the only thing that formed like that, but these other mountains, the Appalachians and whatnot that you can drive through, and all these mountains on the way from, why you say no? Indeed, these mountains that from what is it? From going to North Carolina, going from Chicago to North Carolina. I don't know if it's through Virginia or whatever. They dug through those mountains.
How many hours? Wait, from
Underground
North
tunnels, the
Carolina
cities
to
inside the mountains, right? So they had to dig through. They had to dig through these mountains in order for y'all to go through them. You're doggone right. And the way that they are formed, they had to dig. They had to dig through these tunnels to make these tunnels. Just like, what's that? It's a something in New York that's under the water. It's a bridge or something,
oh.
right?
Not New York,
It is
Maryland,
in
you
New York.
mean,
It's
right?
right. It's to get from one part to the other.
Wait, the
Uh,
Whitesboro Bridge? Wait a minute.
it's a
Oh, that's
bridge,
on.
but it's underwater.
Oh,
You
wait a
once you
minute.
drive through it, but it's underwater. They made a movie about it one time.
In New York?
Yeah, it's I think it's a Manhattan Bridge or something like that. It
I
goes
know we got the
from Philly to
the
Manhattan or something. You go underwater, but the bridge go under. It's like a tunnel bridge, and it goes under, and right, it's a tunnel bridge, and
wait a
but
minute, I didn't see that bridge. Wait a minute.
it's actually underwater for a
The
minute.
only bridge I drove over is the George Washington Bridge. And that take you to what, New
You
Jersey?
say you from DC and you ain't never seen a tunnel, so beware rocks going to VA. I didn't say VA. I said going to North Carolina. I've
Oh,
never been
North
to Virginia.
Carolina.
Right, I've never been to Virginia.
And I've been to
Bad Saint.
Virginia and went
Right,
under that
I ain't
tunnel.
never been to Virginia, Bad Saint. I said I'm going there though. I'm
And is
talking
this
about going to
recently?
North Carolina. No, I'm talking to Bad Saint.
Yeah, but
I've
was
never
it
been to
recently
Virginia.
that you traveled where the rocks were falling?
Well, I didn't see the rocks falling. I'm talking about
Oh,
the
okay.
signs. It was
Oh, okay, okay.
it was leaving from because I drove from from here going to North Carolina.
Okay.
From North Dakota to North Carolina.
Yes.
Oh, you're a driver.
And it's a 27-hour drive.
You stop at a hotel and sleep, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
North
Wow.
Carolina got hit by that hurricane because a lot of my customers have been calling in with natural disaster.
Oh, wow.
Right. I had to
Anger.
call because it's 4 hours from my storage unit. They were Asheville. It's 4 hours.
Oh, that's
It's
where my family live in
okay,
Asheville.
they live in Asheville and I stayed in Carborough. And so if Carborough is 4 hours from Asheville, so where I stayed didn't get hit, but Asheville got hit.
Yeah, Asheville.
Right.
I seen that. I seen it on the news, and it just looked flooded. And
It
people
looked
was
terrible.
outside. Restaurants was giving people food and stuff because, oh man, it was sad. I saw the news, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
But
So
I thought Asheville was up in the mountains.
that's what I'm saying. So I'm telling you, the mountains that's on the way to North Carolina, they have signs that say beware falling rocks. That's all I'm saying. So I don't know I know you passed the Smokies, and I
Mm-hmm.
know you passed, I believe it's the Appalachian Mountains. And so all I'm saying is they say beware falling rocks. I wouldn't
Wow,
you see what I'm saying? That's all I'm
that's
telling you.
scary. That's scary as heck.
Exactly. That's all I'm telling you is what it's saying. And
Oh
I'm also
man,
telling y'all that this is why. Is because they disturbed the mountains to build freeways for you to drive through them.
yeah,
You
they
see what
did.
I'm
Even
saying?
here in Connecticut, I believe the Merritt Parkway is through mountains. You go through the mountains. You do.
And that's how you go through them because they had to dig through them to make the freeway. Do that
Yep.
make sense?
That makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. So why are we arguing about something that happened to say it didn't happen for it to happen? Does that make sense? What is this all about?
Right. Yeah, they did. They did. Because I would ask Willie. He always know when we're on a mountain. Because I'm dumb. Me, I'm scared of heights. So I'm like, I'm telling you, I dread. My sister was living in
I
Delaware.
love you, bad thing. Stop it. He said, "Who arguing?"
My sister was living in Delaware, and I get really bad panic attacks.
Do you?
Yeah, but they're controlled now. But
Yeah.
not when I get to that damn Delaware Memorial Bridge. I
Let it go over
literally
water.
that bridge.
Yeah.
I call my sister, and she meets me, so I don't have to drive over that bridge.
Yeah, I
My
don't like
sister got to
that.
get me over that bridge. I went the first time I went, and I was so scared. I had a panic attack, and I drove. I got or I drove across the um what is it, New Jersey, because I was on the turnpike for like 2 hours. Then I thought I could do it. Girl, I got to that bridge and I froze. There was two 16-wheeler, 18-wheeler trucks. One guy pulled up and he looked down and he stopped. He said, I know what's wrong with you, but me and my partner are going to help you. Because he knew he said, you remind me of my wife right now. Because that happened to my wife. We're going to help you. And so what they did, he was on this side, got on this side of me. And he had his buddy come on the other side of my truck. And he said, now we're going to drive slow and we want you to drive slow with us. So what they did was blocked it so I wouldn't see. I was closed in. They closed me in and we got up to the bridge. He said, you all right? I was like, yeah, I was fine. Because those two trucks hid everything because it looked so huge and scary.
Right.
And they got me over that damn bridge. And then when I got up to the top to go down, it didn't look scary because here in Connecticut, I go down. I'm not scared. But going up, it just reminded me of roller coasters. That's why I don't get on roller coasters.
Right.
But they got me over the bridge and they said, we're going to go slow down too. I was ready to speed to get it over with. He's like, no, no, no. So they drove over real slow and they got me over that damn bridge. But when it was time to go back to Connecticut, my sister now, she drives me over the bridge and my niece follows so she can bring her back over. I will not drive over that bridge. I'm so petrified.
Wow.
I'm still petrified. I won't do it. And when Willie drive to South Carolina and he get ready to get on that bridge, I put my head, I let my seat all the way back so I can't see. And when he gets over, he said, all right, I'm over it. I can't look. I'll pass out.
I know that.
You need some of them like sleep things that you wear to sleep that you can just put them on as they go over the bridge. Have some like sound frequency, healing frequencies in your ear, and just go off into a whole nother.
Oh God.
I know that.
I don't know how many times I caught panic attack on the highway. I was on my way to Foxwoods to meet some friends. Now, I do not go to no casinos and stuff. Man, you talking about some damn mountains? Oh, God. I pulled over. Girl, a state trooper came. I was trying to be grown. You know, I don't go nowhere. State trooper came. He said, are you all right? And I just looked at him. And he said, all right, here's what I'm going to do. He had to call somebody else. I said, you need to stay your ass off the highway, lady. He called somebody on, and he got in the car and drove my car. He said, okay, question. When he got me there, he drove me all the way to Foxwoods. My car. He said, all right, question. How you going to get back? I was like, I don't know. So when it was time for me to leave, I was being brave and I was like, oh. I figured it out. If I drive in the dark, I can't see the mountains. You know, I drove my ass home like a champ. You can tell me nothing because I didn't see the mountains. It was dark. It was
Oh,
pitch dark. So I noticed that in the dark, I could drive. And I didn't even know I drove past. I got home so damn fast. It was dark. And it was dark. It was like 2 a.m. and you can't see the mountains because it's so dark. They don't have a lot of lights. They don't have a lot of lights. So I'm very, very scared, and I won't drive there in the daytime. It has to be at night.
and I don't drive at night. Gotta be there.
Yeah, but
Lights are
I
so
don't
bright
go.
at night. These new lights and all like the new cars, they're like extra bright. Some of them look like they had on their high beams when they don't.
That's what was so funny. He said, "Okay." He dropped me off. He said, "Now, how you gonna get back?" I was like, "I don't know. I was scared." So it was a bridge that I had to go over. I made it all the way. Now I took the roadway. I don't know where the hell I'm at. I took the roadway from Foxwood back to Middletown. I got to this damn bridge. That's once I drive over the bridge, I'm home. So it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I pull over at the bridge. I call Willie. I said, "Babe, I had a panic attack. Could you come and get me?" He said, "Where are you?" I said, "I'm at the bridge and I took the roadway home because I didn't want to go past the mountain." So he said, "Woman, do you know I got to go to work?" I said, "I'm scared. I can't drive over. Could you come and get me?"
I know that's right. Please.
So he got up. He said, "All right." And he came and got me. He drove over the bridge because Willie's a driver. And he was like, "You don't need to drive nowhere no more." So now, if I want to go somewhere to meet up with some friends to play cards and his bridges, he'll take me. He'll take me. I just said I can't do it.
Yeah.
Panic attacks. It's killer. Panic attacks. I know that damn state trooper was the funniest though. The two truck drivers, they were so empathetic towards me, man. They knew I was just a mess. I was a mess, but they got me over that damn Delaware Bridge. That damn thing is scary. People talking about, "Oh, it's not scary." That damn thing is so high up in the air. Even when you look at it, when you see it's coming. And I was like, I can't go over that. As soon as you get off the Jersey Turnpike and it says Delaware Memorial Bridge, I just froze in my car like this. Oh, and the truck driver did tell me one thing. He said, "Miss, I'm going to tell you this. When you're driving, you cannot cover your eyes." When you drive it, don't ever cover your eyes. Because I was like, "Oh, I'm so scared." He said, "You
Right.
can't put your hands on the wheel. Put your hands back on the wheel." I cover my eyes. You're going to kill us all.
Right. You definitely gonna crash into something.
Yeah, so I'm not a driver. I suck. I suck at driving.
How not?
I've never been in an airplane. Y'all been in airplanes?
I had
Never.
listen. I got
I'm
over
scared.
that fear. I got over that fear. I got over that fear. I used to be scared. Like I remember one time when I was scared of escalators. Now I still don't go down as much. You're right. You know how I'm like it take me a minute still, but I remember just going down the escalator, it would scare me. And I remember I went to the movies, and you know how the movie theater on the third, fourth floor,
Yep.
and so the movie theater the mall closed, and we on the fourth floor, and the only way down is the escalator. And I asked the guard, how else could we get down? And he said, only the escalator. I'm like, nah, I know damn well, I got an elevator or something, right? Because you got to close the escalator down even for you to close the mall, right? And he said the only way down is the escalator. I said, well, we're gonna be here all night because so he opened the elevator because he playing. You know, you
Well,
got
they can stop the escalators from moving.
right.
So
Well,
you
he
can
was
just walk
gonna
down
he was
them
gonna
like
cut it out or cut it off or whatever. But he opened the elevator and got me out of there because I said we was gonna be here all night. Because I'm not going down no escalator. I was literally scared. And we're
I
on the
love the
floor,
escalator.
and you can see all the way down, like literally see all the way down. Right. And I don't do roller coasters and none of that stuff either.
Oh no.
But
I went on one time, never again. I had when I was little, I used to play on the escalator, and I had a not so good experience because I sat down,
and it caught
and
you.
that was not good. When we got to the bottom, my underwear's panties got caught.
I said it caught you like, oh.
I was about 11 years old. My father was so fucking mad. I said,
I know
Dad,
he was.
he was caught. He said, you should have been standing up.
See, yes, I don't mess around with them that much now. It's like, you gotta
Oh, man.
people be behind me mad. I be holding on to it
I
like
was like,
1, 2,
it's
3.
coming. Just roll it.
I say, go ahead, y'all go, cause you finna push me. Go. Y'all, yeah. And then
You funny. She funny. She said she's scared of escalator.
Them stairs get to rolling too fast, and I be trying to wait for the foot so I can put my foot down, and it just don't take off with my foot, and I be like, wait, and then a whole bunch of people get to coming, and they look like that. I be like, no, go ahead, y'all go. Come on, put your foot around and push me. You know, y'all ain't finna push me down this time. I'll wait. Then after they go, then I'll be like, wait a minute, hold on. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Here I go. How you double dutching? And I'm like, 1, 2, 3, 4.
You tell the people, y'all go ahead.
And then I'll do it right quick. So
that's funny. Oh my God, that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
I ain't gonna play with it, right? My fear is falling down and busting my front teeth out.
But you got the thing to hold on to.
I don't give a damn about that. That thing goes hold on to them side things. They go just as fast. You gotta do it all at one time. You gotta go 1, 2, go. And you ready? 1, 2. Hold on and go 1, 2, and then oh shit, go. Y'all go.
You told that's funny.
No.
Oh God.
Like getting on the elevator. You see how when everybody want to get on the elevator, right? And the elevator say 2,500 pounds, and everybody be lying and shit. Like, it's you, girl. It's you. No, it's you, boo. It's you too. Like, you know.
Oh, the capacity.
Yeah, you know, like, I can get on. I'm gonna squeeze on with you. Like, you should stay off. I'm gonna squeeze on with
This lady, you know what? That's a phobia. That's a phobia. Because this lady at my job, she would not get on. This lady at my job, that is a phobia. She would not get on the elevator when heavy set people got on.
And I won't either with her little bitty ass, because y'all be sitting up here playing, acting like, you know, it's me, it's you, girl. It's you too, boo. Because
I was just standing there and laughing at her because I'll be sitting out in the lounge area and watch her, and she will not get on the elevator. If you're heavy, if you're heavy,
5 pounds, I can get on. It's you, girl. I can get on, and soon as she get on, it'd be 5 pounds too many with her. And you know, no, it's you. You know,
she was like, these elevators go up too damn high in the air for me to be getting on there, going to the last floor, and she's scared to get on the elevator with people that's heavy set.
That's right, and I be scared for her
too. You don't know them damn cables. She think the cable's gonna pop.
And me too. That's why I be sitting back like some of y'all will get on their line.
Growing up.
Now, I keep it real with myself, but y'all be lying. So I'm not getting on. Because some of y'all be like, it ain't me. It's you. It's you too. I keep it real with myself, but I know you finna get online. Right in it.
Oh my God.
I see
We
y'all in
got
the basement.
15 floors. She
Right.
finally retired.
Mm-mm.
15 floors. And she was standing there to see the minute if she's on the elevator and a heavy person, set person get out, she's excuse me, she'll hold the door. Get out.
Right. And then be wondering why they in the basement. Ain't nobody fat on here. Why we in the basement? Because you, you. One of y'all on here lying.
What she?
Oh my
like
God.
One of y'all on here lying.
Oh man.
Listen,
That is
it's
just too
been a
funny.
wonderful time. I really appreciate
I know. I'm about to get off here. We've been out here 4.5
I know.
hours.
I wanted to play my Xbox tonight. The new Call of Duty came out, and
Oh, that's right. You still play that game.
I haven't played in a year, but I got me a new Xbox, so I'm gonna be playing now that the new.
I'm going to watch Smoke Signal.
Oh.
I'm going to watch Smoke Signal.
I'll pull Smoke.
I watch Smoke at night when I go to bed. I'm telling you, Smoke. I love Smoke Signal. That dude is so funny, girl. I watch them until I fall asleep.
Oh, he
Literally, it's like we all fall asleep together. He's got a few main members that's on there. It's him, Antonia.
What is it on Netflix or Paramount?
It's on YouTube. He's on there now.
Who?
What is it on?
YouTube. He's live now. He's got.
I'm gonna put his link in the chat.
Okay.
I'm actually gonna do a redirect. Smoke is fun, girl. I laugh so hard. He's so humble. I forced him to get his channel. So, all right, here it is in the chat. Go over to Smoke now, y'all. He funny as hell. I'm gonna put it in the private chat. Just watch them. They be talking and they funny. I'm getting ready to go watch him now. I'm gonna get myself comfortable, take this green screen down, and head on upstairs. I'm gonna go there so I can laugh. I don't go on the panel. I'm just in the chat, but they are comical. Oh, Superman is on. Superman. When you go over there and you see Proveco, Smoke Signal, Chief I Am, and they the jokers. Girl, I'll be on the damn floor in my room. I don't need to go on the panel.
Oh,
but I'm gonna head on over there now, y'all.
All right. Well, thank you.
I love y'all. Stay in touch,
yeah,
Sakina. Here's my email, Sakina. I mean, my number.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and leave. Love y'all.
Take my number. It's in the chat. I put it in the back there.
Let me see. Hold on. Peace to the chat, everybody. Hold on. Let me get it right now. And then I'm finna call you and put it in my phone. So you can call.
Oh God, this was so funny. She escalated still. I gotta tell my sister this one. She gonna die. Escalators. You got it okay?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, y'all. I love y'all in the chat. It's been real fun. Tomorrow, I think, hey, D. Allen Warren, Bad Saint, He Who Enlightens, David, Ebony, Green, everybody I ain't speak to. I love y'all. I'm about to go to Smoke Signal channel, y'all. Click the link and go to Smoke channel. Yeah, Sakina, give me a call, okay? Anytime.
I will. All
right. Okay, love you, sis. I'm out, y'all. I'm about to go to Smoke channel. I'm gonna do a redirect to Smoke channel. I love y'all and take it easy, everybody.